Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I got stuck in an airport terminal overnight. The gate's board flights to nowhere is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first thing that went wrong was small enough that I almost blamed myself for noticing it. Gate B18's monitor flickered from DELAYED to boarding, but the destination field didn't say Denver anymore. It didn't say anything I recognized, just 3 blocky letters, pale green against black. NUL. The woman sitting across from me looked up from her paper cup of tea and squinted. "That's not right," she said. Before I could answer, the monitor blinked again. Denver, DELAYED, normal. Boring. Annoying, even. Woman went back to her tea like she'd decided the airport had earned one mistake. I tried to do the same. I lowered my eyes to my phone, but the letters had already hooked themselves somewhere behind my ribs. Not fear exactly. More like when you hear someone say your name from another room and realize, after a second, no one did. My name is Mark Ellison. I was 34 then, flying home to Colorado after 3 days in Boston for a corporate training I didn't want and didn't need. I work in insurance compliance, which means my job is mostly reading documents written by people terrified of being sued, then writing documents to make them less terrified. It's stable work, dry work, the kind of work that lets you tell yourself you're a practical person. That night, I was in Logan Airport Terminal B with a dead laptop, a half-charged phone, and a carry-on full of wrinkled shirts. My flight had already been delayed twice because of thunderstorms stacking up over the Midwest, and I'd spent the previous hour pretending I wasn't bothered by the thought of missing my connection, even though Denver was home and there was no connection. I do that when I'm stressed. I make the problem more complicated in my head so I can hate myself for not solving it. The terminal had that late-night airport texture. Carpet worn flat in trails where rolling luggage had polished it smooth. Ceiling panels stained faintly yellow near the vents. Rows of seats with metal arms designed by someone who hated sleep. The coffee kiosk near B16 was closed, but the old smell of burnt espresso still hung around it, mixed with floor cleaner and the faint rubbery scent of raincoats drying on people's backs. Every few minutes, somewhere far down the concourse, a suitcase wheel hit a bad tile and made a hard plastic clack that echoed longer than it should have. Most of the restaurants had pulled their gates down. A Hudson News still glowed at the far end, its magazine racks lit like a tiny city after everyone had left. There were maybe 30 of us scattered around the B gates, all of us forming temporary little camps. Jackets folded into pillows, backpacks looped around ankles, parents speaking in low voices to keep children from tipping into full exhaustion. The woman with the tea was the first person I actually talked to. Her name was Elaine Porter, 61, female, a retired school librarian from Portland, Maine, trying to get to Boise to meet her first grandchild. She wore a navy cardigan over a blouse with tiny white flowers and kept her boarding pass tucked into the back of a paperback mystery like a bookmark. She introduced herself after she caught me looking at the monitor again. "You saw that too," she said. "I saw something," I said. "That's what people say when they don't want to sound dramatic." "I don't want to sound dramatic." "Then you're already doing better than most men in airports." I laughed because I was tired, and because she said it with such calm precision that it felt less like a joke than a professional assessment. 2 rows behind Elaine, a man in a rumpled gray suit was pacing between charging posts with one AirPod in. Daniel Kessler, 42, male, worked in medical device sales out of Chicago and had been bumped from an earlier flight after, according to him. A gate agent with the moral flexibility of a raccoon gave away his seat. He had the polished impatience of someone used to problems becoming other people's emergencies. Every time his call dropped, he stared at his phone like he could shame it back into service. Near the windows, stretched out under a Red Sox hoodie, was Nina Alvarez, 26, female, a freelance photographer from Madrid who lived in Brooklyn and was trying to fly to Salt Lake City for a national parks assignment. She had 2 cameras, 3 lens cases, and the restless watchfulness of someone who trusted observation more than conversation. She kept photographing reflections in the dark glass, even though there was nothing outside but rain, runway lights, and the smeared yellow shape of our own terminal behind us. The last of our little group gathered by accident. Owen Briggs, 19, male, a college sophomore from Vermont with a narrow face and nervous hands, came over because the charging station near us still had one working outlet. He was trying to get to Phoenix to visit his father after what he called a not great phone call, then said nothing else about it. He wore a canvas backpack with a broken zipper and kept checking his messages even after his phone showed 1%. None of us belonged together. That was the point of airports. Sit close enough to smell someone's gum and hear their family arguments, but you aren't responsible for them. You don't ask why they're sweating through a suit jacket or why their hands shake when they try to open pretzels. You share outlets and irritated looks at the flight board. Then the plane comes, and everyone dissolves back into their separate lives. At 11:42 p.m., an announcement crackled overhead. "Attention passengers in Terminal B," the speakers popped, then hummed. Elaine raised a finger. "Here we go. Please be advised that due to continuing weather conditions, several departures remain delayed. We appreciate your patience and ask that you remain near your assigned gate for further updates." The voice was artificial, but not fully. A recorded woman's tone, stitched together from phrases. The kind airports use because human patience costs money after midnight. Daniel stopped pacing. Several departures. Very helpful. Nina lifted her camera and took a photo of the departure board. "Why?" I asked. She lowered it. "Because the board changed before the announcement." "What changed?" She turned the camera screen toward me. The photo showed the long departures display over the center of the concourse. Most of the flights were exactly what you'd expect: Denver, Chicago, Atlanta, Seattle, with red delay notices beside them. But near the bottom, 3 entries sat in a cluster. B21, 1203, NUL boarding B22, 1207 hollow ON time B23, 1212 mercy final call. I stared. That's an old exposure, I said, though I could see the timestamp. 11:39 p.m. Nina gave me a flat look. I just took it. Behind us, Owen leaned in so quickly his backpack slid off one shoulder. Hollow, he said. Like hollow, what Ohio? Daniel came over too, irritated first, curious second. There's no airport code hollow. No, Elaine said softly. There is not. The main board above us flickered once. The strange entries disappeared. Denver, Chicago, Atlanta, Seattle. Daniel huffed through his nose. System glitch. I wanted him to be right. I really did. Airports are basically giant machines made of smaller machines that barely tolerate each other. Airline software, TSA systems, weather feeds, crew scheduling, baggage routing, gate displays that get patched in emergencies by someone's cousin from it. A board glitch made sense. A bad data feed, placeholder text, maybe training mode pushed live by mistake. But it was late enough that explanations did not settle cleanly. The rain pressed harder against the windows. Not heavy, persistent. 1,000 fingertip taps on glass. Out on the tarmac, a service vehicle moved slowly between cones, its orange beacon circling in the wet dark. Every time the light swung around, it briefly caught the underside of a parked jet and made the belly look dented. My phone buzzed in my hand. A text from my sister, Laura, still stuck. I typed, delayed. Weather should board soon. Then I erased soon. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want to promise something I couldn't control, even in a text. I sent, delayed, weather. She replied with a thumbs down emoji and call me when you land. Mom's asking. That was the private not under everything for me. My mother had fallen in March, cracked her hip, and moved in with Laura while she recovered. I had been telling myself I was doing my part by sending money, handling paperwork, calling doctors. Practical things. But I'd skipped 2 visits because work was insane, which was true in the way excuses are true when they wear a tie. The Boston trip had been voluntary. Good visibility, my boss said, career momentum. Now I was sitting in a half-empty airport, trying to get home, and the thought of Laura changing Mom's sheets while I argued with a departures board made my throat feel tight. Hey, Owen said. He wasn't looking at the board anymore. He was looking down the concourse toward B21. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Just more seating, a dim service hallway, the gray roll-down shutters of a closed bar, and the brighter rectangle of a gate desk. Then the small sign over B21 changed. Not the big flight monitor. The physical digital gate sign above the doorway. B21, NUL under it, in smaller letters. Boarding Group C, there were no passengers lined up. No gate agent. No plane visible through the window. Daniel made a noise halfway between a laugh and a cough. Okay, that's a little sloppy. Sloppy, Elaine said. Software, some kind of test environment bleeding into the live displays. You say that like it explains why it's asking people to board. It does explain it. Then why do you sound annoyed? Because I am annoyed. Nina had already stood up. She slung one camera across her chest and picked up her rolling bag with the other hand. "You're not going over there," I said. She glanced at me. "It's 20 yards. That's how people in documentaries get described as last seen walking towards something." She smiled a little. "You watch bad documentaries. I watch realistic ones." Owen unplugged his phone and stood too. "Maybe there's a staff person." "There isn't," Daniel said, but he followed anyway. I looked at Elaine. She took a careful sip of tea, found it empty, and set the cup under her seat. "Well," she said, "I'm not leaving my bag with strangers." We moved together without officially deciding to. That embarrassed me a little, how easily curiosity dressed itself up as responsibility. I told myself we were just checking whether an unattended gate was malfunctioning, that maybe someone elderly or confused might see boarding and walk into a restricted area, that there could be a security issue. All of that was reasonable. Still, as we walked past B19 and B20, I noticed the sounds of the terminal changing. Behind us, the little clusters of stranded passengers still murmured and shifted, but ahead, the air felt flatter. The PA hum was louder near the ceiling. A vending machine compressor kicked on with a low rattle, ran for 5 seconds, and stopped. Somewhere behind the gate desk, a printer clicked once, as if waking from sleep. B21's desk was empty. The rolling chair sat pushed back at an angle. A blue lanyard lay coiled beside the keyboard. The monitor faced away from us, but its glow lit the edge of the counter. The jet bridge door was closed. The card reader beside it showed a steady green light. "That should be red, right?" Owen asked. Daniel leaned over the counter. "Don't touch anything." "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I was looking at it." Elaine stepped closer to the gate monitor. "There's no airline logo." She was right. The screen showed only Flight 0 destination, NUL status, boarding please proceed. Nina photographed it. The flash fired by accident. All of us flinched. The sound cracked against the closed shops and came back sharp, like something snapping in another hallway. Nina lowered the camera immediately. "Sorry," she said. For a second, nobody moved. Then a man behind us said, "You folks need help." I turned too fast and bumped my hip into the metal queue post. A uniformed airport custodian stood near the trash bins, holding a long-handled dustpan. Pete Mallory, 58, male from Revere, Massachusetts, had a thick white mustache and the tired, amused eyes of someone who had seen people at their worst under fluorescent lighting. His shirt had a Massport patch on the sleeve, and one of his gloves was tucked through his belt. He looked less alarmed by the screen than by 5 passengers gathering around an empty gate after midnight. Daniel straightened. "This gate display is malfunctioning." Pete looked at it. His expression changed, but only a little. The amusement left first. "Huh," he said. "You've seen that before?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He set the dustpan upright and pressed a radio clipped to his shoulder. "Base, this is Pete by B21. You got somebody playing with gate signage tonight," the radio hissed. No reply. He tried again. Base, more hiss. A faint burst of another voice, too garbled to catch. Pete frowned. "Radios are garbage in this corner." "Is there a gate agent?" Elaine asked. Not this late unless they're working a delay. We are a delay, Daniel said. Pete ignored him in the professional way service workers learn. He moved behind the desk and tapped the keyboard. The monitor didn't change. He bent down, checked something below the counter, then looked toward the jet bridge door. "Don't love that green light," he said. That did it. The casual way he said it. Not fear, not panic. Just a maintenance man naming a thing that was not in the condition it should be. "What does that mean?" Owen asked. "Means the access reader thinks someone with clearance opened it. Could be logged," Nina asked. Pete looked at her camera, then at her face. "Everything's logged. Whether anyone reads the logs tonight is another question." Daniel pulled out his phone. "I'm calling the airline." "There's no airline on the display," Elaine said. "My ticket has an airline." His call didn't go through. He moved 2 steps left, lifted the phone, then moved back again. "No service. I've got 1 bar," Owen said. "I've got Wi-Fi," Nina said. "But it's not loading. I checked mine." The airport network showed connected, full strength. Nothing refreshed. That was the moment when the night stopped being irritating and became something with edges. Not danger. Not yet. Just the sense that normal systems were beginning to fail in ways that could still be explained separately, but not comfortably together. Pete stepped away from the desk. "I'm going to find a supervisor." "We should go back to our gate," Elaine said. "Yes," I said too quickly. Nina was still looking at the jet bridge door. "What if someone's in there?" Pete followed her gaze. "There shouldn't be, but what if there is? Then they're somewhere they're not supposed to be." The green light on the card reader blinked once. Inside the jet bridge, behind the closed door, something thumped. One sound, heavy, dull, like a suitcase dropped from knee height. Owen whispered, "Nope." Daniel took a step back and hit the cue belt, which wobbled and clicked. Pete raised one hand, palm out. "Everybody stay here." "Are you opening it?" Elaine asked. "I'm checking if it's latched." "That sounds like opening it." "No, ma'am. Opening it sounds worse." He reached for the handle. The gate monitor changed before he touched it. "Final call, no destination now." No flight number, just those 2 words. Below them, a new line appeared in smaller text. "Last passengers must decide." Pete's hand stopped an inch from the handle. For a moment, all I could hear was the rain ticking against the glass, the vending machine breathing behind us, and Daniel's phone repeating a failed call tone against his palm. Then the overhead speakers clicked on. "Passengers for B-21, the recorded voice said, soft and cheerful and badly timed. "Please proceed to the gate." Nobody moved. Pete lowered his hand. "We're walking away," he said. But the printer behind the gate desk started up. It chattered once, paused, then spat out a single boarding pass. It slid forward just far enough for the end to curl over the lip of the tray. Nina raised her camera again, slower this time. Elaine said, "Don't," Daniel said. "That could tell us what's happening." Owen said, "Or it could be bait." I hated that he used that word because it made the thing feel intentional. The boarding pass sat there, white and flimsy under the desk light, moving slightly in the recycled air. Pete looked toward the main concourse, toward our real gate, toward the remaining passengers who had not noticed us yet. Then he looked at me, maybe because I had been the one saying we should leave, or maybe because I was closest. "You all can go back," he said. "I'm calling this in from the service phone." The service phone was mounted beside the jet bridge door, past the green reader, beside the handle. We had a choice then. It seemed simple in the moment, which is how bad choices often get inside you. Go back to be 18, sit under the tired fluorescent lights, and pretend the printed pass and the thump behind the door belonged to someone else's night. Or stay with Pete long enough to see what the airport's own systems thought they were boarding at B-21. Elaine picked up her purse strap. Nina shifted her grip on the camera. Daniel stared at the curling slip of paper like it had personally offended him. Owen swallowed, hard enough that I heard it. And me, I stepped toward the desk, not because I was brave, because I have always hated not knowing whether I failed by leaving too early. The boarding pass had my name on it, not exactly at first glance. That was what made it worse. If it had said Mark Ellison in clean black letters, I think I would have laughed, because a joke that direct gives you somewhere to put your anger. Instead, it printed like a damaged receipt from a gas pump. ML Sunby 21 Flight 0 Seat, 14A Destination, NUL boarding. Now the barcode had smeared into a dark ladder of ink. The paper was warm from the printer. Daniel leaned over my shoulder before I could move it out of sight. Is that you? No. It's almost you. I said no. I heard how sharp I sounded and hated myself for it, because everybody heard it too. Elaine's face changed from curiosity to concern. Owen took half a step back like the paper might be contagious. Nina lifted her camera, but didn't take a photo this time. Pete, still standing near the jet bridge door, stared at the boarding pass with his jaw working slowly under his mustache. "Give me that," he said. I didn't. Not right away. It was a stupid, childish instinct. The pass had come out of the machine with my almost name on it, so some part of me felt like it belonged to me, even though every practical part of my brain knew that was the exact reason I should hand it over. Pete softened his voice. "Mark, right. I'm not trying to take your property. I'm trying to stop this from becoming a police report with missing information." That did it. Missing information. The phrase found the same bruise it always did. I handed him the pass. He held it by the corner, read it, and then looked at the empty gate desk. "Okay," he said. "We're done touching things." Daniel gave a dry little laugh. "Now we're done." Pete ignored him and reached for the service phone beside the jet bridge door. The receiver was beige plastic, the kind you only notice in buildings that have plans for emergencies. He lifted it. Nothing. He clicked the hook switch twice. Still nothing. "No dial tone?" Elaine asked. Pete pressed the receiver harder against his ear, as if force might produce a signal. "No tone. That's bad," Owen said. "That's inconvenient," Pete corrected, but he said it too quickly. The gate monitor blinked again. "Boarding Group A then, boarding Group B then, boarding Group C." The words cycled every few seconds, mechanical and cheerful and wrong. The jet bridge door stayed closed. The green light on the reader stayed green. Behind that door, something scraped. Not a thump this time. A drag. Metal on textured flooring. Slow enough that all of us had time to understand we were hearing it, then wish we were. Nina whispered, "There is someone in there." Pete put the dead receiver back into its cradle. "Could be equipment shifting," Daniel said. Elaine looked at him. Inside a closed jet bridge. I don't know. I'm not a jet bridge scientist. You don't need to be one to know when you're making excuses. Daniel's mouth tightened. He looked away first. I wanted to leave then. I wanted to walk back to be 18, sit under the monitors, and call whatever emergency number airport websites tell you to call when the normal world starts slipping out of alignment. But my phone showed no bars now. The Wi-Fi symbol still looked strong, which was almost insulting, but nothing loaded. Messages hung unsent. The airport network had become a painted door. Pete reached for his radio again. Base, this is Pete at B21. Possible unauthorized access to jet bridge. Service phone dead. Need airport ops or state police. Static, then under it a voice. Not clear, not close. It sounded like someone talking through water in another room. B21, Pete straightened. Say again, static. Do not. The radio popped hard enough to make Owen flinch. Then nothing. Pete lowered it slowly. What was that? Nina asked. Bad reception. You heard words. I heard garbage. No, Elaine said. You heard do not. Pete looked at her, and for the first time he seemed irritated. Not at her, at the situation, at the fact that passengers were standing in front of him, hearing things he would rather they didn't. Everybody back up, he said. We did, a little. He pulled out his phone, then swore under his breath. I'm walking to the operations desk. I thought you said we should stay here, Daniel said. I said everybody stay here before the phone was dead. And leave a possibly unauthorized person in a jet bridge. That's not your problem. The monitor changed. Please clear gate area for security sweep. We all stared at it. That's new, Owen said. Pete's eyes moved from the monitor to the ceiling camera above the gate desk. It was one of those black half-dome cameras set into the tile. Impossible to tell where it was looking. I hadn't noticed it before. Now I couldn't stop seeing it. It caught the gate lights on its curved plastic and reflected them as small white dots. Pete followed my gaze. Airport security sees this area, he said, more to himself than us. They should already be calling it in. Unless the cameras are down too, Nina said. Daniel turned on her. Do you enjoy making everything worse? I enjoy saying what's happening. You're guessing. So are you. Elaine stepped between them just by moving slightly, the way a teacher ends an argument without raising her voice. People argue when they're afraid. Let's do something useful. That made Daniel shut his mouth. A sharp sound came from farther down the concourse. A child crying, not near us, back by B17 or B18. One of those tired, breathless airport cries, the kind that means a parent has run out of snacks, patience, and lies about how much longer it will be. The cry jolted me because it belonged to the ordinary world. It reminded me we weren't alone. Not really. There were still families back there, people sleeping with backpacks under their knees, elderly passengers trusting the screens because that was what you did in airports. If B21 was glitching, it could confuse someone. If the access system was compromised, that was worse. Then a new announcement came overhead. Attention passengers. Terminal B will undergo a temporary security hold. Please remain in your current gate areas. Do not enter service corridors or restricted access points. The voice was the same artificial woman, but this time it came from only the speakers near us, not the whole terminal. I could tell because the child kept crying in the distance, and nobody back there reacted. Pete heard it too. His face went flat. "That is not how terminal announcements work," he said. Daniel's confidence lost another layer. "Could be zoned audio." "It is," Pete said, "but passengers don't get custom security holds from one gate speaker." The gate desk printer clicked again. Pete held up a hand. "No one touches it." The printer fed another pass into the tray, then another, then another, thin white strips sliding out one after the other, curling and stacking like tongues. Nina moved closer, careful not to touch the counter. "They have names," she said. "Don't read them," Pete snapped. Too late. She read anyway, quietly. Elaine Porter, Daniel Kessler, Owen Briggs, Nina Alvarez. The machine chattered once more. A fifth pass slid out. I didn't need her to say it. Daniel stepped forward despite Pete's warning and snatched his own pass from the tray. "This is insane. How does it have our names?" "Passenger data feed," I said. Everyone looked at me. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like burnt coffee and old air. Airlines share passenger manifests with airport systems. Gate displays pull data. Boarding scanners, rebooking systems, all that. If someone has access, maybe they can print passes. "Someone," Owen said. I hated how small his voice sounded. "Or something automated," I added. "Something automated doesn't pick the 5 idiots standing at the desk," Daniel said. Elaine gave him a look. "Sorry," he said. "The 5 concerned citizens." Nina took a photo of the stack without touching it. Her camera made a soft digital chirp. Pete pointed toward the concourse. "We are leaving now." He didn't wait for agreement. He started walking fast toward B18, his dustpan abandoned near the trash bins. Elaine followed first. Owen came right behind her. Daniel hesitated just long enough to shove his printed pass into his suit pocket, which Pete either didn't notice or chose not to fight about. Nina kept her camera up as she backed away, filming the gate, the monitor, the green reader, the closed jet bridge door. I was last. That was when I saw the blue lanyard on the gate desk move. Not by much. A slight tug. The plastic ID badge attached to it had been hanging over the edge, turned face down. Now it slid another inch, scraping softly against the laminate. I stopped. The lanyard tightened. It was caught in the narrow seam under the jet bridge door. Someone on the other side was pulling it. "Pete," I said. He turned. The badge jerked, then slipped free and snapped under the door. Gone. For a moment, nobody spoke. Pete came back slower than he had walked away. "No," Elaine said. "You said we were leaving." "I know what I said." "Then keep saying it while moving." But Pete had his eyes on the bottom of the door. There was a gap there, maybe half an inch, black except where terminal light cut a thin, bright line across the floor. He crouched, knees cracking audibly, and leaned sideways. "Don't put your face near it," Nina said. He stopped just short. "Good man." "Hello," he called. No answer. "Massport operations. Identify yourself." That was a lie, but it sounded official enough to make my shoulders loosen for half a second. The answer came as a whisper from the other side. "Help." Owen made a sound like he'd been hit. Elaine grabbed his sleeve. Pete stayed crouched. "Who is that?" A pause, then, "Please, It was a woman's voice. Young, maybe. Hard to tell through the door and the metal tube beyond it. Pete stood. Okay, that changes things. Daniel shook his head. No, absolutely not. That could be anybody. That's the idea, Pete said. I mean, it could be a trap. Pete looked at him. This isn't a movie. Stop acting like the guy who opens the door in one. The words landed badly. Daniel knew it too. He looked away, jaw tight. Pete exhaled through his nose. There may be an injured person in a restricted area with no working service phone and bad radio reception. That is a concrete problem. I'm not asking you to help. I'm telling you to move back while I check the door. Check the door how? I asked. He pulled his ID card from his belt clip. Elaine said, Pete. He didn't swipe it. Not yet. Another sound came from the concourse behind us. A rolling shutter rattling down. All of us turned. At the far end near B15, the metal security grille between our gate cluster and the main terminal entrance was lowering. Slowly, with a steady motorized buzz. For a few seconds, my mind refused to process it. I had seen those grills in shopping malls, at food courts, in airports late at night. They came down after closing. They went up in the morning. They were not supposed to come down around stranded passengers. Pete started running. Hey, he shouted. Hold that. We ran after him because there was nothing else to do. The grill was 10 feet above the floor when we started. 8 by the time Pete reached B17. 6 by the time Daniel sprinted past me, his polished shoes slapping hard on the tile. A man sleeping under a coat near B16 sat up, startled. The crying child stopped mid-wail. Move. Daniel yelled, not at us exactly, but at the grill, the airport, the whole stupid night. He reached it at maybe 4 feet and dropped to his knees, trying to slide under. Pete grabbed the back of his suit jacket and yanked him away. Don't. A second later, the grill hit the floor with a metallic slam that rolled through the concourse and into my teeth. Daniel spun on Pete. What the hell? Those things can crush you if the safety sensor's off. I almost had it. You almost lost your head. Behind the grill, the rest of Terminal B looked unchanged. Lights on, signs glowing. A cleaning cart parked near a wall, but now it was separated from us by steel mesh. Beyond it, maybe 50 yards away, I could see a security checkpoint area through glass, dark and empty. A woman with 2 children approached from B18. She was pale and furious in the exhausted way parents get when panic has to wait behind logistics. What's happening? She asked. Pete held up both hands. Ma'am, stay back from the gate. We're figuring it out. Figuring what out? Our flight's delayed and now we're locked in. We're going to contact airport operations. How? Pete didn't answer quickly enough. The woman looked at all of us then, searching for the adult in the group and finding only different versions of uncertainty. My phone buzzed. I nearly dropped it. 1 bar had appeared. A text from Laura finally pushed through. Mom fell again. Not bad, but call me. The timestamp read 11:58, though it had arrived at 12:13. I tried calling immediately. Failed. I tried again. Failed. The private knot became a hand around my throat. Not because I could fix anything from an airport. I couldn't. That was the truth I kept dodging. But I could have been home. I could have been there for once instead of sending messages and money and practical solutions from a distance. Elaine saw my face. Family, my mom. Is she okay? I don't know. She nodded and didn't offer the kind of comfort people use when they want to stop feeling awkward. I appreciated that. Pete was at a wall panel beside the lowered grill, opening a small metal cover with a key from his ring. Inside was an emergency phone. He lifted it, listened. His shoulders dropped. Daniel laughed once, humorless. Let me guess. No line, Pete said. Nina pointed back toward B21. The monitor at B21 was visible from where we stood, small but readable in the long perspective of the concourse. It had changed again. Passengers may exit through jet bridge below it. Time remaining. 0700 then. 06:59:06. 58, Owen whispered. It's counting down. The woman with the children began asking Pete questions faster than he could answer. Other passengers drifted over now, confused and angry. Anne in a Patriot's cap shook the grill and was rewarded with a hard clatter and nothing else. Someone said they were calling 911. Someone else said their phone didn't work. A teenager laughed too loudly and then stopped when nobody joined in. Pete turned to us, not to the crowd. His face had gone gray under the fluorescent lights. There's an emergency exit path through some jet bridges, he said quietly. Usually to the ramp, not public space. It's not for passengers unless directed. Is B21 one of them? Nina asked. I don't know without the map. But the sign says exit, Daniel said. The sign also says you're going to NUL. Elaine folded her arms. So we do not trust the sign. No, Pete said. The countdown kept ticking. A fire alarm chirped once overhead. Not the full alarm. Just a single electronic peep, like a smoke detector with a dying battery. Then another, farther away. People heard that. The crowd shifted. Is there a fire? The mother asked. Pete looked up at the ceiling vents. I did too. At first, nothing. Then I smelled it. Hot plastic. Faint, but real. Not smoke exactly. More like an overheated charger or a computer fan clogged with dust, or wiring behind a wall getting warm enough to complain. Pete moved fast. He sniffed near the wall panel, touched the metal cover with the back of his fingers, then looked toward the closed shops. Could be electrical, he said. Could be what? Daniel demanded. Could be electrical. The fire alarm chirped again. This time 2 speakers down. 05:27. The countdown at B21 kept going. The problem became horribly simple. We were trapped inside a sealed gate cluster with a group of delayed passengers. At least 2 children, unreliable phones, dead emergency lines, a possible electrical fault, and 1 displayed exit route that led through a jet bridge where someone had whispered for help. Pete looked at the crowd, then at us. I need to get to an ops phone or a fire pole that's live, he said. There was a pole station by B21, Nina said. Inside the gate area, Pete said, near the bridge. Of course it is, Daniel muttered. Elaine looked at the passengers behind us. If there's smoke, we can't just stand here arguing. The mother with the children had begun crying quietly now, trying to hide it from them and failing. Pete made the decision before any of us did. We go back to B21, he said. I check the pull station. I do not open the jet bridge unless there is no other choice. The rest of you keep people away from the door." "Why us?" Daniel asked. "Because you already know more than they do, and that makes you useful." I wanted to refuse. I wanted to say my mother had fallen, that my sister needed me, that I was not the man you put between a crowd and a bad door. But the smell of hot plastic was getting stronger, and the children were looking at us like we had answers. My phone buzzed again. "Laura, please call." The message sat there, impossible and useless. The countdown reached 0444. Then every monitor in our sealed section switched at once. B16, B17, B18, B19, B20, B21. All of them showed the same thing. Exit available at B21. The lights over the concourse dimmed, then steadied at half brightness. Somewhere behind the ceiling, a fan shut off with a tired metallic whine. And at B21, the jet bridge door clicked. Not open, unlocked. Pete closed his eyes for half a second. Then he said, "Nobody touches that handle unless I say." But the crowd had already seen the word exit, and scared people read signs faster than they listened to warnings. The crowd moved before Pete could stop them, not as one big stampede. That might have been easier to fight. It started with two people drifting toward B21 with their phones held up. Then the mother with the children taking 3 frightened steps after them. Then the man in the Patriots cap saying, "If that's an exit, I'm using it," loud enough for everyone else to borrow his courage. Pete planted himself halfway between B19 and B20, arms out. "Back up," he said. "Everybody back up from the door." The monitors above us kept repeating the same phrase in clean white letters. "Exit available at B21 behind the signs." The terminal lights buzzed at half strength. Every closed restaurant gate threw striped shadows across the floor. We were trapped in a narrow section of Terminal B now. B16 and B17 near the lowered security grill. B18, where most of our bags and sleeping passengers had been. B19 and B20 in the middle. And B21 at the far end with its empty desk. And the unlocked jet bridge door. Past B21, the concourse narrowed toward a service corridor blocked by a staff-only door. Behind us, the steel grille cut us off from the rest of the airport. To our left were the dark windows looking out over the rain-slick ramp. To our right were closed shops, service alcoves, and restrooms with tile floors that smelled faintly of bleach. It should have felt open. Airports are designed to feel open, even when they're controlling every step you take. Instead, that stretch of terminal had become a hallway with too many people inside it. Daniel shoved his way toward Pete. "You need to make a decision." "I made one," Pete said. "Nobody opens B21. The sign says exit. The sign is compromised. You don't know that." Pete turned on him. A gate printer made boarding passes for people standing near it. A security grill dropped with passengers inside. My radio barely works. The phones are dead. And a voice is behind a locked jet bridge door. I know enough. The mother with the children spoke from behind me. "Then, what are we supposed to do?" Her name, I learned in that moment, was Sarah Whitcomb, 37, female. a nurse from Connecticut traveling with her sons, 9-year-old Miles and 6-year-old Theo, after visiting her sister in Boston. She had the tired, squared-off stance of someone used to staying functional while other people fell apart. But her younger boy had both arms wrapped around her waist, and each time the alarm chirped overhead, his fingers dug into her jacket. Pete looked at her kids, and something in his face folded. "We find another exit," he said. "That became our first attempt." It sounded simple. Airports have exits everywhere if you know where to look. Emergency doors, employee corridors, stairwells, ramp access points. Pete knew enough of the building to give us a map out loud while we moved. B16 to B21 is the sealed section, he said. Main exit is behind that grill. Restrooms by B19. Service corridor past B21. Ramp access through the jet bridges, but that puts us outside near active equipment, and I am not sending passengers onto the ramp in a storm unless fire is licking the carpet. Comforting, Owen muttered. Elaine stayed beside Sarah and the boys, talking to them in a low voice about nothing important. Books, snacks, Boise. Anything that gave the children something other than the signs to listen to. Nina walked ahead with her camera recording, not like a tourist now, but like someone gathering proof before proof disappeared. Daniel kept checking his phone, holding it at different angles, as if a better signal might be hiding above his shoulder. I stayed near Pete because I didn't trust myself alone with my phone. Laura's message sat on the screen every time I checked it. Please call. It had become less like a request and more like a verdict. We tried the service corridor past B21 first because it didn't require opening the jet bridge. The staff-only door sat at the far end of the concourse, beyond the gate desk, in a recessed alcove between a locked storage room and a wall-mounted AED cabinet. A small sign read "Authorized personnel only." Beneath the handle was a card reader with no light at all. Pete swiped his badge. Nothing. He swiped again, slower. Still nothing. Power issue? Nina asked. Could be, Pete said. Daniel came up beside him. Can you force it? Pete gave him a look. It's a secure door, not a stubborn jar. There has to be an emergency release. On the other side, usually. Sarah's older boy, Miles, pointed toward the AED cabinet. Can you break the glass? It's plastic, Owen said, then immediately looked embarrassed for correcting a child. Pete opened the AED cabinet anyway. The alarm that should have screamed when the door opened did nothing. Inside was the defibrillator, sealed and useless for our problem, plus a laminated emergency instruction card. Pete checked behind it, under it, around the cabinet frame. No key, no phone, no miracle. The hot plastic smell drifted stronger near the wall. Pete put the back of his hand against the service door. Not hot. That's good, Elaine said. It's not bad, he corrected. Behind us, the monitors changed again. Not all of them this time. Only B21. Boarding door open, the jet bridge door was still shut. The handle sat horizontal. Unlocked. Someone in the crowd near B18 shouted, "It says open." Pete cursed and jogged back. That was the first failure. The service door was dead. The AED cabinet gave us nothing, and the sign at B21 had just made the crowd harder to control. The second attempt was the grill. Pete said there was usually a manual override panel somewhere near the security barrier. If we could raise it even 3 feet, the kids and older passengers could get through. Then someone could run for help. The grill was back by B16, so we moved the crowd away from B21 in a slow, messy cluster, telling people we were checking a safer exit. This took longer than it should have. Fear makes people sticky. They want to stand where they are and argue because arguing feels like participation. Daniel became useful for exactly 9 minutes because he had the voice of a man used to moving airport lines. "Everyone behind the blue carpet seam," he said, pointing. "Parents first. Give him room. If you crowd the panel, he can't work." "Are you airport staff?" someone asked. "No," Daniel said. "I'm impatient and loud. Use what God gave me." Elaine actually smiled at that. Rill had come down between B15 and B16, cutting across the concourse just beyond a closed seating area. On our side, the carpet met a strip of tile. On the far side, the main terminal stretched away under brighter lights, empty enough to look staged. The metal mesh was thick, with a bottom rail locked into floor brackets. At waist height was a small panel with a keyhole and a recessed switch. Pete tried his key ring. One key fit halfway and stopped. He tried another. No. Another. No, sweat had started shining along his hairline. The terminal was cool, but stress makes its own weather. His fingers slipped once, and the keys clattered against the panel. "Let me," Daniel said. Pete didn't move. "No, you're shaking. I'm aware." "Then let someone with steadier hands try." Pete turned his head slowly. "Do you have a passport key I don't know about?" Daniel backed off, but not far. Nina crouched and photographed the panel. "There's a number here." "What number?" I asked. "Panel ID, BSG14. Pete nodded. "Security grill 14. Can we call that in?" "With what phone?" Daniel said. Owen, who had been quiet near the wall, lifted his phone. "I got emergency call only." Everybody turned. His screen showed one thin bar and the words SOS. "Call 911, Sarah said. Owen did. We all listened to the phone ring once, then twice, then a click. 911, what's the address of your emergency? A small sound went through the crowd. Relief, almost. Owen looked terrified to be the one holding it. Boston Logan Airport, Terminal B, near Gate B16. We're trapped behind a security grill, and there might be an electrical fire. Sir, can you repeat the location? Terminal B, Boston Logan. Gates B16 to B21. The dispatcher's voice thinned, broke, came back. Are you in a vehicle? No, inside the airport. What city? Boston, Owen said louder. Massachusetts. Static crawled over the line. The dispatcher said something about transferring to airport police. Then the call made a flat electronic tone and died. Owen stared at the screen. Call back, Daniel said. I'm trying. No service. The little bar disappeared as if embarrassed. That was our second partial success and second failure at the same time. We had reached 911, but not long enough to know if anyone understood us. The grill stayed down. Pete's keys didn't work. The crowd had tasted hope and lost it, which made the air worse. Then came the misdirection. The lights at B18 flickered hard. Not dimmed, flickered. 3 sharp cuts, black, white, and then a sound ripped out of the closed bar beside B17. A scream. High, sudden, human. People surged away from it. Someone knocked into the trash can. Sarah pulled both boys against her and turned her body around them. Owen stumbled backward into a row of seats and went down hard, his elbow striking the metal armrest with a dull crack. He cried out and clutched his arm. Nina swung her camera toward the bar. Elaine said, "Stay away from the shutter." The scream came again. It was worse the second time because we were ready for it and still couldn't explain it. Thin and rising, trapped behind the metal grill of the closed bar, as if someone were locked inside. Pete grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. Everybody back. He approached the bar shutter slowly. The sign above it said local tavern, one of those airport places pretending to be neighborhood friendly while charging $14 for fries. Its metal gate was down, padlocked at the bottom. Inside, chairs were stacked upside down on tables. Bottles glinted behind the counter. The scream came a third time, shorter, then a hard, fluttering sound. Nina lowered her camera first. Wait. Something slammed against the inside of the shutter near the floor. A bird, a pigeon, soaked and frantic, battered itself against the metal mesh from inside the closed bar. It must have gotten in before closing, or through some gap near the ceiling. Its wings slapped the shutter with wet little impacts. Its throat made that awful, strangled cry again, not human now that we could see it, but close enough in the dark to turn the whole crowd brittle. Pete let out a long breath and lowered the extinguisher. "Jesus," Daniel said, pressing a hand to his chest. "A pigeon." Owen laughed once from the floor, then winced in pain. Elaine crouched beside him. "Let me see. I'm fine. You are 19, which means you are almost certainly not fine." His elbow had already begun to swell under the sleeve. No blood, but when he tried to bend it, his face went pale. "Can you move your fingers?" Elaine asked. He wiggled them. "Good. Keep it close to your body." Nina pulled a scarf from her bag. "Use this as a sling." Owen let her tie it, jaw clenched. Eyes wet with pain, he was trying to swallow. He looked younger than 19 then. Or maybe I had just forgotten how young 19 is when no one is pretending. The pigeon kept fluttering behind the bar gate, exhausted now, making soft scraping sounds against the floor. "That thing nearly caused a riot," Daniel said. "No," Elaine said. "Fear did. The bird just helped." The alarm chirped again. This time it didn't stop after one beep. A second chirp followed. Then a third. Not a full building evacuation alarm, but a pattern beginning to form. Pete's radio suddenly came alive. "B sector, respond smoke report." He snatched it up. "This is Pete Mallory, B Gates, trapped inside B16 to B21 with passengers. Security, grill 14 down. Emergency phones dead. Possible electrical fire." Static swallowed the reply. He walked 3 steps left toward the windows, holding the radio high. "Repeat, trapped with passengers. Need airport police and fire response." A voice broke through, male this time, clipped and distant. "Stay away from B21, Pete froze. "Say again." "Do not use bridge." Then the radio squealed so loudly several people covered their ears. Pete turned it down, but the message was gone. Nina looked at me. I looked at Elaine. Daniel stared toward B21. The monitors still said, "Exit available at B21." The countdown had vanished, but the instruction remained. That new fact tightened the trap worse than the locked door had. Someone outside, or somewhere in the airport system, knew enough to warn us away from the jet bridge. The signs inside were directing us toward it anyway. Pete spoke quietly. "Nobody goes near B21. The ceiling lights dimmed again. A vent above B19 gave a rattling cough, and a thread of gray smoke pushed out. Not much, not dramatic. A thin ribbon at first, visible only because it crossed under a light and smeared it. Then another vent did the same. The crowd saw it. Panic changed shape instantly. Before, people had been scared and angry. Now they were counting breaths. Sarah said, "We can't keep the kids here." "I know," Pete said. "Then where?" He looked from the grill to the service door to B21. There were no good options left. Daniel grabbed his suitcase handle. "We use B21. Pete stepped into his path. "No, you heard the radio. Great. I heard the smoke alarm. We do not know what's in that bridge. We know what's out here." Elaine's voice cut through them. "Stop, both of you. We need air, the windows." For a second, all of us looked at them like idiots discovering glass. Floor-to-ceiling panes ran along the left side of the concourse, overlooking the ramp. They were sealed, of course. Airport windows don't open. But at B20, there was an emergency exit door set into the glass wall, leading to an exterior stair down to the tarmac. A red sign above it read "Emergency, exit only, alarm WILL sound." We had ignored it because alarms felt irrelevant when alarms were already failing. Pete ran to it. The push bar was covered by a clear plastic guard. He lifted the guard and shoved. The door moved half an inch and stopped. He shoved again. Metal groaned. "Locked?" I asked. "Mag lock," he said. "Should release on alarm." "Should." He looked up at the smoke, then at the red pull station mounted beside the door. "This one may still be live." He pulled it. For one beautiful second, nothing happened. Then the alarm exploded overhead. Not a chirp now. A full, pulsing blast that filled the concourse and shook the air in my teeth. White strobes flashed along the ceiling. The children screamed. The pigeon battered itself against the bar shutter again. Far beyond the steel grille, I saw lights begin to flash near the checkpoint. The emergency exit door clicked. Pete shoved the bar. It opened 2 inches. Then a gust of wet wind hit from outside, and the door slammed back against something. Not a lock, a chain. A heavy maintenance chain looped through the exterior handle and railing outside, holding the door mostly shut. Pete stared through the gap. "Who chains an emergency exit?" Nina shouted over the alarm. "No one who wants to keep their job," Pete shouted back. Rain blew through the narrow opening, cold and smelling of jet fuel and wet concrete. Pete wedged his shoulder against the door. "I need something to cut it." Daniel held up his hands. "With what?" "Bolt cutters, fire axe, anything." "There was a maintenance closet near B19, Owen said, grimacing through pain. "By the restrooms." Pete pointed at me and Nina. "With me?" I didn't ask why me. Maybe because I was there. Maybe because I had stepped toward the desk before and marked myself as someone who would move when he hated moving. We ran to the restrooms near B19. The smoke was thicker there, still not choking, but visible now in layers under the ceiling. My lungs began to feel lined with dust. The alarm strobes turned the concourse into fragments. White flash, dark aisle, white flash, closed shop, white flash, Nina's camera banging against her chest. The maintenance closet was beside the men's restroom, beige door, keypad lock. Pete swiped his badge. The reader blinked red. He punched in a code. Red again. Power S on this one, Nina said. Wrong kind of power, Pete said. He tried another code. Red. Behind us, people were coughing. A monitor above B20 changed. Return to gate B21. I read it once and looked away. Pete took the fire extinguisher from me. I hadn't realized I de-grabbed it after the pigeon incident until it was in his hands. He swung the base into the keypad. Once. Plastic cracked. Twice. The casing broke open. Third time, sparks snapped from the wall, bright orange in the dimness. Pete jerked back, cursing, and the extinguisher slipped from his hand onto his foot. He made a sound through clenched teeth and grabbed the doorframe. You okay? I asked. No. His shoe was scuffed white where the extinguisher had landed. He tried to put weight on it and nearly buckled. Nina caught his arm. Sit down. No, Pete. No. He reached into the broken keypad housing and pulled 2 wires apart with his gloved hand. The lock clicked. The closet opened. Inside were mop buckets, paper towels, cleaning solution, spare trash bags, a ladder too tall to remove quickly, and a red-handled set of bolt cutters hanging on the back wall. Nina grabbed them. A sound came from B21. Not over the alarm, under it. A rush of voices. The crowd had broken. By the time we got back to B20, the emergency exit was still chained. Elaine and Sarah were keeping the boys low near the seats. Daniel was arguing with 3 passengers, and the man in the Patriot's cap had reached B21. He had one hand on the jet bridge handle. Pete shouted, "Do not open that door." The man either didn't hear him over the alarm or chose not to. He pulled. The door swung inward. Cold, damp air rolled out, carrying the smell of rain, oil, and something like old carpet soaked too many times. The jet bridge beyond was dark except for small floor lights along the baseboards, leading downward and slightly left toward where a plane should have been. There was no plane, just an empty jet bridge descending into black. The monitor above B21 changed. Boarding complete at the same moment, the steel grille behind us, back at B16, began to rise. People turned toward it. Hope again, brutal and immediate. Then it stopped at knee height. The smoke thickened. The emergency exit door at B20 rattled in the wind, still chained. B21 stood open, and from somewhere inside the jet bridge, a woman screamed, "Please hurry." Sarah's younger son broke free and ran, not toward B21, but away from the smoke, straight into the confusion between gates. I moved without thinking. So did everyone else. And in that second, Pete injured. The crowd split between the half-open grille, the chained emergency door, and the dark jet bridge. With the alarm hammering and smoke lowering toward our heads, the choice disappeared. Retreat was gone. The terminal had become a maze. and every exit now required us to enter the part we'd been warned not to touch. Theo disappeared behind a row of seats near B19. For 1 second, Sarah couldn't move. Her hands stayed out in front of her, fingers spread, as if she could pull him back by the shape of him. Then she screamed his name. Theo. The alarm swallowed half of it. The smoke wasn't thick enough to blind us yet, but it was getting lower, curling under the ceiling lights and spreading in ugly sheets from the vents. The strobes carved everything into pieces. People became snapshots. A man coughing into his sleeve. Elaine dragging Owen by the good arm away from the flow of bodies. Daniel standing at B21 with his suitcase in one hand and panic in his face. Pete braced against the B20 emergency door, one foot useless under him, bolt cutters clamped in both hands. And B21 stood open. Dark jet bridge. No plane. A woman crying for help from somewhere inside. A child missing in the middle. That was when my fear stopped being abstract. It stopped being about systems failing and signs lying and calls not connecting. It became a 6-year-old boy in a red hoodie vanishing under airport smoke, while his mother made the sound people make when the world suddenly asks too much of them. I dropped to my knees. Not courage, visibility. Theo, I shouted, coughing immediately. Theo, stay low, say something. Sarah tried to run past me, but Elaine caught her around the shoulders. Wait, Elaine said, let him listen. He's my son. I know, that's why you need to breathe. Sarah fought her for half a second, then folded, not giving up but focusing. She got down too. Theo, baby, call out. A small voice came from under the alarm. Mom, it was close. Thank God, it was close. I crawled between 2 rows of seats, scraping my palm against a metal bracket. The carpet was gritty with spilled pretzel salt and the small, hard crumbs that live forever in airport floors. Smoke tasted different down there. Less hot plastic, more dust. But it still scratched at the back of my throat. Theo, I said, trying not to scare him, keep talking. I'm here. Where S here? I don't know. His voice came from the far side of the seats near the shuttered bar, where the pigeon was still beating itself weakly against the metal grill. I crawled around a trash can knocked on its side and found him wedged between a support column and a row of connected chairs, both hands over his ears, face shiny with tears. He saw me and pulled away. No, hey, I said. I'm with your mom, I'm Mark. Your mom's right there. I can't hear. I know, it's loud. We're going to crawl, okay? He shook his head hard. Flash of anger went through me, not at him, at the whole stupid arrangement of adults and machines and signs that had made a child responsible for choosing a direction. So I did what I should have done with my mother more often. I stopped talking like a man solving a problem and talked like someone staying. Okay, I said, we won't move yet. We'll count to 5. Then we move together. The light strobed. 1, alarm blast. 2, cough. 3, a sharp clang from B20. 4, someone shouted, the chain. 5, Theo grabbed my sleeve. We crawled back together. Sarah reached for him and made a sound that hurt to hear. She pulled him flat against her chest, one hand cupping the back of his head, then looked at me through watering eyes. Thank you, I wanted to say, "It's fine," but it wasn't, and the words wouldn't fit. At B20, Pete had cut one side of the chain. The bolt cutters had done it, but not cleanly. The chain still looped through the exterior handle and railing, twisted under tension by the wind. Pete's injured foot dragged behind him every time he shifted. Nina stood beside him, holding the door open as far as it would go, rain blowing across her camera and hair. Daniel was there too now, one hand braced against the doorframe, the other holding the chain steady with his jacket wrapped around his palm. Again, Daniel shouted. Pete reset the bolt cutters. His face had gone a color I didn't like. Gray-green, slick with sweat. He squeezed. Nothing. "Come on," Nina said. Pete squeezed harder, teeth bared. The chain bit into the cutter jaws but didn't snap. "Let me try," Daniel said. Pete shook his head. "Pete, I've got it, you don't." That could have turned into another argument, but Elaine arrived with Owen beside her, his injured arm pinned in the scarf. She looked at Pete once and said, "Sit down before you collapse." "I'm fine." "You are not fine. You are useful. Stay useful." Maybe it was the librarian voice. Maybe it was exhaustion. Pete let Daniel take the bolt cutters. Daniel set his jaw, planted one shoe against the doorframe, and squeezed with everything in him. For a second, nothing happened. Then the chain snapped. The sound was small under the alarm, just a hard metallic tick, but everyone near B20 felt it like a bell. The emergency door blew open into the storm, slamming against its stop. Wet air rushed into the terminal, cold enough to cut through the smoke. People surged toward it. "Stop," Pete shouted. "Stop." Stairs, single file, outside, the emergency stair dropped from the terminal wall down toward the ramp. It was metal, slick with rain, lit by one yellow fixture that flickered under the overhang. Beyond it were service lanes, baggage carts, blue taxiway lights, and the black shape of the airport at night. Not safety exactly, but air, space, a way out. Then a vehicle horn blared below. A baggage tug shot past the bottom of the stairs, driver leaning forward under a rain hood, completely unaware a door above it opened. Wind shoved rain through the doorway, and the metal landing trembled under it. Pete grabbed the doorframe. "Nobody goes down until we know ramp traffic sees us." "Are you joking?" Daniel said. "There's smoke in here, and jet engines outside. There's no plane at the gate. There are active service roads." A woman behind us yelled, "Move." The crowd pressed harder. Sarah had both boys now. Theo was coughing. Miles was trying not to cry and failing quietly, which somehow hurt worse. Pete lifted his radio again. "Ramp control, emergency egress at B20. Passengers at ramp stairs. Stop traffic. Static. Ramp control, nothing." Nina leaned out the door, camera strap whipping in the wind. "There's a flashing light down there. Maybe a call box." Pete looked. "There's an emergency ramp phone at the bottom landing." "Great," Daniel said. "We go down." "One person goes down," Pete said. "They stop traffic and call up." "I'll go," Daniel said immediately. No one expected that. Even he seemed surprised after saying it. Pete stared at him. "You sure?" "No," Daniel threw his suitcase aside. "But I'm already wet." He stepped onto the landing. The wind grabbed him. The stair was slick. He took 3 steps down, one hand on the railing, shoes skidding. Halfway down, the yellow light flickered out, came back, then died subside completely. Daniel became a dark shape against runway glow. "Slow," Pete yelled. Daniel kept moving. A service cart horn blasted from somewhere left. Daniel froze. "Stay where you are," Pete shouted. Below, headlights swung around a corner. Another baggage tug came too fast through the rain, towing 3 empty carts that fishtailed behind it. Daniel was on the stairs, not the road, but the bottom landing jutted close enough that one loose cart could clip the rail. He pressed himself flat against the stair railing. The tug passed. The last cart bounced in a puddle and slammed against the base of the stairs. The whole staircase jolted. People screamed. Daniel slipped. He caught the railing with both hands and dropped to one knee hard. Even over the alarm, I heard him curse in pain. But he didn't fall. He got up limping and reached the bottom. He staggered to a red emergency box mounted beside the stair supports and yanked it open. For the first time that night, something worked. A blue strobe flashed outside the box. A siren whooped once below us, different from the terminal alarm. Daniel lifted the phone. He shouted into it. We couldn't hear words, but we saw his hand cutting through the air toward the stairs, toward the terminal, toward the smoke behind us. Then he looked up and gave one sharp thumbs up. Relief hit the crowd too fast. People pushed. Pete and I both stepped in front of the doorway. "Children first," Pete yelled. "Anyone who pushes waits." The mother with the 2 kids went first, guided by Nina, who had looped her camera strap around her wrist and put the camera away at last. Elaine helped Owen toward the doorway, but he pulled back. "Get older people first," he said. Elaine blinked at him. "I'm serious. You can barely stand. I can stand." Elaine's mouth tightened with something like pride and annoyance mixed together. "Fine, but you stay where I can see you." Passengers began going out slowly, crouched against rain and smoke, Pete calling rhythm over the alarm. 1 on the landing. 1 on the stairs. Hold the rail. Keep moving. It might have worked. It almost worked. Then B-21's jet bridge alarm sounded. A different sound, lower, mechanical, from the open darkness at the end of the concourse. The jet bridge began to retract, not from a plane, from the building. The open tunnel shifted with a groan, its wheels or mechanisms somewhere outside grinding against wet concrete. The base floor trembled. The door frame at B-21 shuddered. From inside came the woman's voice. "No, no, please." Everyone stopped. Even the passengers on the stair looked back. Pete's face twisted. Damn it. A figure appeared in the jet bridge darkness. A woman crawling toward the terminal. She was maybe 30, blonde hair stuck to her face, wearing a Navy airline vest over a white shirt. Her knee left a dark smear on the floor behind her. She dragged one leg like it belonged to someone else. Around her neck hung the missing blue lanyard from the gate desk. Nina whispered, "She's staff." The woman reached the threshold and collapsed half in, half out of the jet bridge. "My name's Claire," she gasped. "Don't let him close it." Claire Donnelly, 32, female, an airline operations agent from Providence, had been working an overnight irregular operations shift when, according to what little she could say between coughs, she went to B-21 after the gate showed an unauthorized open. Someone struck her in the jet bridge, access badge, radio, and tablet. She had been trapped inside while the door cycled, locked and unlocked from the gate system. That was our answer, or the first piece of it. Someone human was doing this. Then a man stepped out behind her. He wore a high-visibility rain jacket over dark clothes, with a hood pulled tight and a black mask covering the lower half of his face. For one insane second, my mind tried to make him airport staff. He had the jacket. He had gloves. He had posture that looked official if you were scared enough to need official. But in his right hand was a pry bar. In his left was Claire's tablet. Pete saw the tablet and said, "That's how he's doing the signs." The man looked at the evacuation at B-20, at Daniel below on the phone, at the passengers still inside, and then at us. He didn't shout. He didn't perform. He moved fast. He grabbed Claire by the back of her vest and hauled her backward into the jet bridge. She screamed. I ran, again, not courage. A decision too quick to argue with. Nina ran beside me. Pete tried to follow and nearly fell. Elaine shouted my name. The smoke dragged at my throat. The strobes made the open, jet bridge seem to lurch closer and farther away with each flash. The man lifted the pry bar. I slowed. That probably saved my skull. He swung at head height. The bar passed close enough that I felt air move by my cheek. It smashed into the gate podium instead, cracking plastic from the scanner mount. Nina hit him from the side with the bolt cutters. Not the sharp end. The handles. A desperate, ugly swing into his ribs. He grunted and stumbled, but didn't go down. I grabbed Claire under both arms and pulled. She screamed again, this time from pain. Her injured leg caught on the threshold. Blood had soaked through her trouser knee. "Sorry," I said, though the word was useless. The man recovered and lunged at Nina. She tried to back away, slipped on rainwater tracked in from the open emergency door, and went down hard on one hip. Her camera hit the floor with a crack. The man raised the pry bar. Daniel came out of nowhere. He had run back up from the stairs. His limp made him uneven, but momentum carried him into the man's side. They crashed into the gate desk together. The monitor tipped, hit the counter, and went black. The tablet skidded across the floor toward the cue posts. Pete shouted, "Get the tablet." Owen moved before anyone else did. Injured arm held tight against his chest. He kicked the tablet with his shoe, sliding it under a row of seats near B-20. The man saw it go and shoved Daniel off him. Then he pulled something from his jacket. Not a gun, a box cutter. Small, silver, real. That was worse in a way. It made him less cinematic and more likely. Everyone froze except Claire, who kept trying to crawl away. The man pointed the blade at Daniel, then at me. His voice came muffled through the mask. "Back off." Pete stood between him and the remaining passengers. His face was wet with sweat and rain. He had no weapon. One foot barely held him. "You're done," Pete said. The man laughed once. "No, I'm not." Below, outside, another siren began. Faint but approaching. Maybe airport police. Maybe fire. Maybe just ramp response. The man heard it. His eyes shifted toward B-21. The jet bridge was still retracting slowly, pulling away from the terminal mechanism by mechanism. If he got back into it, maybe he could climb down to the ramp. exit. Maybe he had planned this as a theft, a data breach, a way to trap staff while he accessed restricted systems and passenger information. I didn't know. I only knew he was between us and the truth of the night, holding a blade. Claire, still on the floor, whispered, "He locked the exits. He said smoke would move people." Nina, breathing hard beside me, looked at the broken camera in her hands. Then she smiled. Not happy, not sane exactly, practical. "My flash still works," she said. The man turned his head. She raised the camera and fired the flash straight into his face. White light burst in the dim terminal. He flinched hard, one hand going to his eyes. Pete moved. So did Daniel. So did I. It was not clean. Nobody tackled like a hero. Pete hit the man high and collapsed with him because his bad foot gave way. Daniel grabbed the knife hand and got cut across the palm. He shouted and held on. I grabbed the pry bar because it was closest, and because I was afraid if I reached for the man's body, he'd cut me too. The man thrashed. Elaine appeared with one of the cue belts. She had unhooked it from the post and brought the heavy stanchion strap like a leash. She looped it around his forearm while Daniel forced his wrist down. Nina kicked the box cutter away. It skittered under the gate desk. Owen, pale and shaking, put his foot on it. The man drove his elbow backward into my mouth. Pain exploded along my teeth. I tasted blood. My grip slipped. He nearly got free. Then Sarah hit him with the fire extinguisher. Not in the head, in the shoulder. A hard, controlled blow from someone who understood bodies and damage better than the rest of us. He dropped. Pete rolled on top of him, gasping. "Belt," Pete said. Elaine tightened the cue strap around the man's wrists. Daniel, bleeding badly from his palm now, wrapped his tie around the bindings and pulled until the man cursed into the carpet. Outside, voices shouted up the stairs. "Airport police, stay where you are." For the first time all night, that command sounded beautiful. The remaining passengers began moving again, guided by ramp personnel below and a firefighter coming up the stairs in a helmet slick with rain. The smoke inside was still spreading, but the open emergency door and storm air thinned it enough to breathe. Theo clung to Sarah's leg. Owen sat on the floor with his back against a seat, shaking from pain and adrenaline. Nina held her cracked camera like an injured animal. Elaine's cardigan sleeve was torn. Pete lay on his side, one hand on the restrained man's back, eyes closed but open enough to answer when the firefighter asked his name. Claire was lifted onto a backboard at B21. She grabbed my sleeve as they passed. "The gates," she said. "I know." "No," her fingers tightened. "Not just B21. He had others cued." "What does that mean?" But the paramedic told her not to talk, and her grip slipped away. Behind us, the monitors were dead where we had smashed or disconnected them. B21's screen hung black. The printer had stopped. The jet bridge had retracted halfway into the dark and sat there at an angle, rain blowing through its open end. Airport police cuffed the man properly and cut away Elaine's improvised strap. One officer read him rights over the alarm and coughing and rain. The man said nothing now. Without motion, without the pry bar, he looked smaller. Not harmless, never harmless, but human in the ugliest possible way. Daniel sat on the carpet near me, his bleeding hand wrapped in paper towels from the maintenance closet. "You okay?" he asked. My mouth hurt too much to answer normally, so I nodded. He looked toward B21. For the record, I was right that it was a person. I spat blood into a napkin and said thickly, "You were wrong about opening the door." He considered that, then gave one short nod. Fair. Outside, passengers descended the stairs one by one into rain and flashing ramp lights. Firefighters moved into the concourse with thermal cameras and extinguishers. Somewhere behind the grill at B16, another team was cutting through or overriding the barrier. The alarm still pulsed, but now it belonged to people who knew what to do with it. The conflict had resolved in the only way real things resolve: messily, with injuries, with questions still standing in the corners. I looked at my phone. One bar. A message from Laura came through. "Mom is okay. Wrist sprain. Where are you?" I tried to type, but my hands were shaking too badly. Blood from my split lip dotted the screen. Nina sat beside me on the carpet, rainwater in her hair, smoke on her face, and said, "You should call her." "I can't. Because of service." I looked at the cracked black monitor at B21, at the boarding passes scattered near the printer, at the open jet bridge that had led nowhere anyone should have gone. "No," I said. This time the failure was mine, and it had a signal. They took us out through the rain. Not dramatically. Not in a line of survivors walking away from fire, while sirens painted our faces red and blue. Real evacuations have too many pauses for that. They have people asking if they should bring their roller bags. They have a firefighter telling a grown man, "Sir, leave the suitcase," 3 times before finally taking it from his hand and setting it aside. They have children crying because they lost a stuffed animal, and adults crying because they almost lost a child. We went down the B20 stairs one at a time, hands tight on the wet rail. The metal steps shook under each foot. Rain blew sideways under the terminal overhang, cold enough to make my split lip sting. Down on the ramp, the world looked wrong from ground level. Planes were no longer sleek things seen through glass. They were huge, dented-looking bodies parked under sodium lights, with hoses and carts and orange cones clustered around them like medical equipment around a hospital bed. Ramp workers in reflective jackets formed a path for us with their bodies. Airport police kept shouting for people to keep moving toward a bus parked near a service lane. Firefighters went up as we came down, masks hanging from their necks, thermal cameras in hand. One of them glanced at the blood on my mouth and said, "You need EMS." I nodded because nodding was easier than speaking. Behind me, Daniel came down with his injured hand wrapped in a towel already soaked through. He kept looking at the stair treads like he expected them to drop away. Nina followed, one arm around Claire's tablet, in an evidence bag an officer had handed her after realizing she had seen where it slid. Her camera hung against her chest with a cracked casing and a dangling battery door. She touched it once, almost apologetically. Pete did not walk down the stairs. They carried him. He argued about it until the paramedic told him, "You can either be carried now or fall halfway down and make my paperwork worse. That shut him up. Elaine came with Owen, who insisted he could walk, then nearly fainted halfway to the bus. His elbow had swollen into a shape elbows are not supposed to make. Elaine kept one hand on his back and one hand on the rail, steady as a bridge cable. Sarah had both boys pressed to her sides. Theo's red hoodie was smeared black at the sleeves from the carpet under the seats. Miles kept asking whether the pigeon was going to die in the bar. Sarah answered him honestly. "I don't know, honey." That was when I understood she was a nurse before anyone told me. Not because she used medical words, because she didn't hand out fake certainty just because a child wanted it. They loaded us into a shuttle bus with the heat turned too high. The windows fogged almost immediately. Through the blurred glass, I watched the terminal wall recede behind us. B-20's emergency door stood open above the stairs, flashing white from strobes inside. B-21's jet bridge sat crooked and half retracted, its dark mouth angled toward the ramp with no aircraft attached. A police SUV stopped beside it. 2 officers moved toward the jet bridge with flashlights raised. The bus turned before I could see inside. At a service building near the edge of the ramp, they separated us into groups. Injured passengers to the left, families with children to the right. Anyone who had physically interacted with the attacker was asked to stay available for statements. Nobody liked that phrase, "stay available," as if we had somewhere else to go. Inside, the service building smelled like wet uniforms, coffee, printer toner, and the rubber mats people had been tracking rain across for years. It had fluorescent lights and beige walls, and a vending machine with a handwritten note taped over the card reader. "Cash only, sorry." That note nearly broke me. After the signs and fake boarding calls and dead phones, something about a normal broken vending machine felt obscene. Like the world had switched back to ordinary without asking permission. A paramedic cleaned my lip with something that burned. "Any loose teeth?" "No." "Bite feel normal?" "Nothing feels normal." She looked at me for half a second, then wrote something on a clipboard. "Fair." Daniel sat 2 chairs over while another medic wrapped his palm. The cut was long but shallow enough to avoid surgery, according to the woman treating him. He kept asking if there would be a scar, then acting like he didn't care about the answer. When the medic said probably, he nodded once and stared at his shoes. "Could have been worse," he said. Nobody disagreed. Nina sat on the floor instead of a chair, back against the wall, knees drawn up, broken camera in her lap. An airport police detective asked if the memory card was intact. She looked at him like he had asked about a family member. "It should be," she said. "We'll need it. I know. You'll get a receipt." She gave a tiny laugh. "Great. That fixes it." The detective, to his credit, did not argue. Owen's elbow turned out not to be broken, but the ligaments were badly sprained, and the medic told him he would need imaging after he got home. He took that news quietly until someone mentioned calling his emergency contact. Then his face changed. "My dad's in Phoenix," he said. "We can call him." Owen nodded, but his eyes went glossy. Elaine, sitting beside him with her torn cardigan sleeve folded into her lap, said, "Would "Would you like me to stay while you call?" He nodded again. She did stay. That was Elaine. She had been trying to get to Boise to meet a baby, and instead she spent 3 hours under fluorescent lights, helping a stranger's son tell his father he was scared. Pete's foot was fractured. 2 small bones, one paramedic said, after a portable X-ray unit arrived from an airport medical station. Pete swore more at that diagnosis than he had at the attacker. "I've worked 21 years without breaking a foot," he said. Paramedic said, "You also fought a man with a pry bar tonight, so your streak had competition." Pete looked over at us. "I didn't fight him, I fell on him." "Still counts," Daniel said. Pete pointed at him. "You're concussed." "I'm not." "You ran back up wet stairs to tackle a criminal." Daniel looked down at his bandaged hand. "That doesn't prove concussion." For the first time since B-21, some of us laughed. Not much, not cleanly, but enough that the room loosened by 1 notch. The legal part started before sunrise. 2 detectives from Massachusetts State Police took statements, then a Massport police lieutenant, then someone from the airline's corporate security team who wore a suit over a polo shirt and kept saying incident like it was a container big enough to hold everything. We told the story in pieces because that is how memory works after fear. Nobody remembered the same minute the same way. Nina's photos filled gaps. The flickering gate displays, the printed passes, the service door, the chained emergency exit, the attacker's tablet on the floor before Owen kicked it, Claire crawling out of the bridge, the man's face half lit by the camera flash, one eye squeezed shut, pry bar raised. When they showed me that image on a tablet, I had to look away. "Do you recognize him?" the detective asked. "No," he paused. "His name is Andrew Voss, 44, former subcontractor for a maintenance systems vendor. Badge revoked 8 months ago after termination dispute. That was almost worse than not knowing. A ghost might have stayed a ghost. A former contractor had an address, a payroll history, an expired access profile, and enough knowledge of airport systems to make ordinary things behave badly. "Was he trying to hurt us?" I asked. The detective did not answer right away. "We're still determining motive." "That means yes, but you can't say." "It means we're still determining motive." Later, from scraps of conversation and one news alert that hit our phones before anyone officially briefed us, we learned the outline. Voss had used stolen credentials and a still active vendor maintenance route to enter a service area before midnight. He had accessed a gate management terminal, manipulated signage, and triggered or exploited a series of security and facility failures. The smoke came from an overloaded power module in a ceiling equipment cabinet near B-19. Whether he caused that overload deliberately or simply used it when it happened remained unclear. The chained B-20 exit was deliberate. So was Claire. He had attacked her when she responded to B-21, stolen her tablet and lanyard, and used her access to make the terminal speak in a voice passengers would obey. Not perfectly, not magically, just enough. A wrong sign here, a locked gate there, a message that looked official when everyone was tired and scared and trained from birth to follow airport instructions. The destinations were not mystical either. NUL had been a system placeholder. Hollow and Mercy were test labels in a maintenance environment, apparently old ones, names some developer or contractor had typed years earlier and forgotten. That explanation made sense. It also didn't help much. The words had still appeared above us at midnight, while a man used them to move bodies through space. Claire survived. Her knee was badly damaged, and she had a concussion. I only saw her once more that morning, being wheeled past us toward an ambulance bay with a blanket over her shoulders. She looked smaller in daylight, which had started to turn the service lot gray through the high windows. She saw Pete and lifted 2 fingers. He lifted 2 back. No speech, no big moment. They were too tired for that. At 5:18 a.m., I finally called Laura. She answered on the first ring. "Where the hell have you been?" That was my sister. Fear first, then anger, then love buried under both. I tried to explain. The airport, the lockdown, the smoke, the man, the evacuation, the police. The words came out swollen because of my lip, and halfway through, Laura stopped interrupting. "Mark," she said quietly, "are you hurt? A little. How little? Stitches maybe. Jesus. How's Mom?" She sprained her wrist. "She's okay. She's sleeping." I sat down on a plastic chair beside a vending machine that only took cash and closed my eyes. "I'm sorry," I said, "for being trapped in an airport, for not being there." Laura exhaled. I could hear kitchen sounds on her end, a cabinet closing softly, the hum of the refrigerator, a normal house at a horrible hour. "You can't be everywhere," she said. "I haven't been anywhere useful." That sat between us. Then she said, "Come home. Start there." So I did. Not immediately. Airports do not reward trauma with efficiency. We were kept until statements were complete, medical checks finished, and police decided who needed follow-up interviews. Flights were canceled and rebooked. Some passengers went to hotels. Some refused to fly at all. Sarah rented a car and drove back to Connecticut with both boys sleeping in the back seat before the sun was fully up. Daniel, his hand bandaged and suit ruined, offered to pay for their rental upgrade and pretended it was because he had points to burn. Elaine missed the first day with her grandchild. She told me, while airport staff handed out meal vouchers that felt like an insult and a kindness at the same time, that the baby would not remember. "I will," she added. Owen's airline put him on a later flight to Phoenix with assistance. Elaine waited with him until boarding, even though her own rebooking was at another terminal. Nina gave her memory card to police and then sat staring at the empty camera body as if part of her had been checked into evidence too. Pete was taken to the hospital and suspended from work pending review, which made him laugh in a way I didn't like. "Review," he said from the stretcher. "I'll put that on my cast." He was cleared weeks later, commended eventually, but not before forms, interviews, and one local news segment that called him a hero custodian, which he told me later made him want to disappear into a floor buffer. The attacker's name appeared in articles by evening. Andrew Voss, former vendor technician, facing charges that seemed both severe and too tidy: assault, unlawful entry, reckless endangerment, interference with airport operations, tampering with safety systems, and more I can't remember. reporters described a security incident and a localized evacuation. They did not describe the smell of hot plastic getting lower over your head. They did not describe the way a false exit sign can make decent people shove one another. They did not describe Theo under the seats, counting to 5 with his hands over his ears. That part stayed with me. So did B21. I got home 31 hours after I was supposed to. My mother cried when she saw my lip, and then told me I looked terrible, which meant she was scared and loved me and wanted control over the conversation. Her wrist was wrapped. Her hair was thinner than I remembered. Laura watched us from the doorway with crossed arms, exhausted enough that irritation had become part of her skeleton. I stayed a week, not because I became a better person overnight. People don't. But because something in Terminal B had stripped away the nice lie I had been using. That responsibility is the same as proximity if you send enough money and answer enough emails. Sometimes you have to be in the room. Sometimes all you can do is sit there while someone else hurts, but sitting there matters. The airport reopened the B gates the next day. That bothered me too. I knew it had to. Planes move. People work. Systems fail and get patched. A terminal cannot become a monument because 30 strangers had the worst night of their lives inside it. The world has no patience for private hauntings. But a month later, when I had to fly again for work, I changed my route to avoid Boston. 6 months later, I stopped pretending that was temporary. I still fly. I don't love it, but I do it. I watch the gate boards more than I should. I check where the emergency exits are. I read the little names on staff badges without meaning to. If a monitor flickers, my body notices before my mind does. Once, in Minneapolis, a gate display changed from boarding to closed and back again. A normal glitch. The gate agent rolled her eyes and tapped the monitor with 2 fingers. "Systems having a morning," she said. Everyone laughed. I didn't. The last official letter I received about the case said Voss had likely acted alone. That was the phrase, likely acted alone. It listed evidence, access logs, interviews, device records. It explained that the strange destination labels were harmless test data, that the false instructions were manually triggered, that the dead phones were partly caused by a localized equipment failure, and partly by storm interference. It was thorough. It was reasonable. I keep it in a drawer with my damaged boarding pass from that night. The paper has faded now. The ink was never good to begin with. You can barely read in UL unless you angle it toward a lamp. My name, the broken version of it, has almost disappeared. But there is one thing the reports never explained. Nina sent me a copy of her recovered photos after the investigation ended. Most were exactly what I remembered. B21, the printer, the green reader, the smoke under the lights, Claire's lanyard, the attacker turning from the flash. The last image in the folder was time stamped 12:46 a.m. after the attacker had been restrained and the monitors near B21 had gone black. It showed the departures board over B18. Everyone in the photo was looking away from it. Police, firefighters, passengers, me with blood on my mouth, Daniel holding his wrapped hand. The board should have been dead. Instead, one line glowed at the bottom. No gate number, no time, just a destination field. Mercy, canceled. I have tried to explain that one too. Reflection, cached display, corrupted data, a photo artifact from the cracked camera. Something ordinary caught at the wrong angle, at the wrong time, by a machine that had already been through too much. That is the explanation I use. It works most days, not all of them. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is: a spam email accurately predicted the exact time my power would go out. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. At 9:17 p.m., my laptop screen dimmed by itself. Not off, not asleep, just dimmed, like someone had gently lowered a hand over the glass. The apartment around me kept humming along the way apartments do when you're alone at night. The refrigerator clicked and settled. The baseboard heater gave off its dry, dusty smell. Somewhere above me, in the old plaster bones of the building, a pipe knocked 3 times and then quit. I looked from the screen to the lamp beside my couch, expecting the bulb to flicker or the whole room to sag into darkness, but nothing else changed. Then the email notification slid in from the corner of my screen. Subject: your power will fail 89:23 p.m. I stared at it for a second, more irritated than afraid, because that's what spam does first. It annoys you. It interrupts whatever normal little thing you were trying to finish and makes the world feel cheap. I almost deleted it without opening it. My name is Nathan Bell. I'm 32, and at the time I lived on the 3rd floor of a converted brick mill building in Lowell, Massachusetts, a place with tall windows, uneven floors, and radiators that clanged like someone dropping tools in the walls. I worked from home doing customer support for a payroll software company, which meant I spent most nights apologizing to strangers because a time card didn't sync or a direct deposit had taken 1 business day longer than promised. I was good at sounding calm. That was the thing people noticed about me. Calm voice, calm emails, calm little jokes when a system crashed. The truth was uglier than that. I hated not knowing what was coming next. Not in a poetic way. I mean, I checked locks twice. I saved receipts. I kept a flashlight in the kitchen drawer and another in the nightstand, both loaded with fresh batteries. I had a cheap emergency radio I'd bought after a winter storm knocked power out on my block for 9 hours the year before. I had a habit of reading outage maps when the lights flickered, even if the weather outside was clear. So when an email told me the exact time my power would fail, the reasonable part of my mind said, "Spam filter missed one." The other part quietly looked at the clock. 9:18. I clicked it, The message body was mostly blank white space, with one line of text in a plain black font. At 9:23 p.m., Unit 3B will lose power. Do not use the stairs after. Below that, there was an unsubscribe link that looked fake, a footer full of broken characters, and a sender name pretending to be my electric utility. The address was wrong by a mile. Some string of letters at a domain I'd never heard of. I laughed once through my nose. "Nice try," I said to nobody. My own voice sounded thin in the room. The apartment was otherwise comfortable in that half-messy, post-work way that makes a place feel lived in rather than dirty. A mug with old tea sat on the coffee table. A fleece blanket had slid halfway off the couch. My dinner plate, still smelling faintly of garlic and red pepper flakes, was balanced on a stack of unopened mail. Outside the window, the Merrimack River was a dark strip behind the mill parking lot, and the streetlights made long orange ladders across the wet pavement. It had rained earlier, not hard, just enough to turn every passing car into a whisper and a hiss. I checked the email headers because that's the kind of person I am. Not an expert, just stubborn. The message had bounced through a few servers, or looked like it had. There was no attachment, no obvious link besides the fake unsubscribe. It had landed in my main inbox, not spam. That bothered me more than the words did. My phone buzzed against the cushion beside me. It was Jess. Jessica Marlowe, 31, female, lived one floor below me in 2B, and had become my closest friend in the building through the slow, accidental process of shared package theft complaints, hallway chats, and one long evening when her kitchen sink backed up, and I helped her bail gray water into a storage bin until maintenance arrived. Jess was a paramedic with Lowell General, practical in a way that made other people seem decorative. She had short brown hair she cut herself and a habit of saying exactly what she meant. She also knew I could spiral if given enough empty space and a weird enough detail. Her text read, "Did your lights just do anything weird?" I sat forward. The couch springs gave a soft metallic creak. I typed back, my laptop dimmed. "Why?" The 3 dots appeared immediately. Lamp flickered twice. Probably nothing. Then, after another second, building wiring is held together with chewing gum and landlord optimism that should have settled me. Jess was right. The building was old. The wiring had quirks. The hallway lights sometimes buzzed if someone ran the dryer in the basement laundry. Once, my microwave had tripped a breaker because I'd had the space heater on in the bedroom. I looked back at the email. 9:19. 4 minutes. I took a screenshot because evidence made me feel better, even when it didn't help. Then I forwarded the message to Jess with the caption, "Since we're enjoying electrical omens tonight." She called instead of texting. "What the hell is this?" she said when I picked up. "No hello, Nathan. It's spam. It says Unit 3B. I know. That's your unit. I also know that." There was a pause, and in it I heard the background of her apartment. Water running, a cabinet closing, the low tinny murmur of a television she wasn't watching. "You put your unit number on anything sketchy lately?" she asked. "No, Tenant portal maintenance request. Sure, but that's not sketchy. That's how I beg a man named Dan to fix the bathroom fan. Dan is sketchy. He has a neck tattoo of a wrench. That's commitment to the brand. Jess didn't laugh. I leaned back, then didn't like having my back to the window and sat forward again. Look, I said, the email probably scraped my info from some data broker thing. Name, address, apartment number. Then it throws a scary time in there, so I click a link. Did you click a link? No, Nate. I opened the email. I didn't click anything inside it. The use of Nate meant she was worried, but trying not to sound worried, which somehow made it worse. A soft thump came from the hallway. I turned my head. It was the kind of sound old buildings make all the time. A door closing somewhere. A delivery bag set down. A neighbor's boot hitting a loose stair tread. Still, my apartment seemed to tighten around it. The lamp on the side table had a beige shade that turned everything yellow at the edges. The corners of the room looked farther away than usual. You hear that? I asked. Hear what? Nothing. Hallway. Do you want me to come up? No, I said too fast. That was another flaw of mine, though I wouldn't have called it that then. I hated needing help almost as much as I hated uncertainty. Need made you visible. Need meant someone could later remember you as the guy who panicked over a spam email. I'm fine, I added. Sure, Jess said. You sound deeply fine. I checked the clock. 9:20, 3 minutes. On my laptop, the cursor blinked at the end of the email like it was waiting for a reply. Maybe I should flip the breaker myself at 9:22 and prove it wrong, I said. That is possibly the dumbest controlled experiment I've heard today. You hear a lot of dumb experiments. I work with men who stand on wet roofs holding aluminum ladders. Fair. Another sound came from the hallway. This one was more distinct. A scrape, metal on painted wood. I stood up before deciding to. My phone stayed pressed to my ear. Floorboards flexed cold under my socks as I crossed the living room toward the door. Nathan, Jess said, someone S outside. Don't open it. I'm not opening it. Then why are you whispering? I hadn't noticed I was. The apartment door had a peephole, but the peephole was old and scratched, turning everyone into a cloudy oval. I approached it slowly, annoyed at myself for moving slowly, annoyed at the building for having narrow hallways and bad lighting and doors that didn't fit tight in their frames. When I looked through, I saw the hall, empty. The third floor corridor ran left toward the stairs and right toward the elevator, though elevator was generous. It was an old freight-style lift with a gate and a temperament. The hallway carpet was the color of oatmeal and smelled faintly of damp wool. One overhead fixture worked. The other had been out for 2 weeks, leaving a dim patch near my door. On the floor outside, partly blocking my threshold, was a folded piece of white paper. I stepped back. What? Jess asked. There's something outside my door. Like what? Paper. Do not open the door. I need to see what it is. No, you absolutely do not. That is the opposite of need. It might be from management. At 9:20 at night, Dan keeps weird hours. Dan texts in all caps and smells like cigarettes. He doesn't leave Victorian calling cards. She was right again. I hated that. I looked through the peephole a second time, pressing my hand flat against the door to steady myself. Nothing moved. The hallway had that institutional quiet that never fully becomes silence. Somewhere, maybe downstairs, a dog gave one sharp bark. A radiator ticked behind the wall. The paper didn't move. "What exactly does the email say?" Jess asked. I repeated it. She went quiet. The call filled with a faint hiss. "Jess, do not use the stairs after," she said. "Yeah, after the power goes out, I assume." That's oddly specific. That's the part you find odd. Specific is worse than weird, she said. Weird can be random. Specific means someone has a plan. That sentence lodged itself somewhere under my ribs. I looked at the clock. 9:21, 2 minutes. My laptop made a notification sound. Not the bright little chime for email. Something duller. A system alert. I turned around and saw the battery icon flash even though it was plugged in. Power source, battery. The lamp stayed on. The room stayed yellow. Laptop apparently had stopped receiving power. I crossed back and checked the charger. It was seated in the wall. The little brick on the cord was warm. The outlet strip showed a red switch glowing steadily. I unplugged the charger and plugged it back in. "Nothing. Nathan," Jess said, "talk to me. My outlet just died." "Only the outlet, seems like it." I plugged the laptop charger into the outlet beside the couch. It connected with a tiny, cheerful tone. "Power source, adapter." "Okay," I said. "Different outlet works. Breaker issue, maybe, or your charger was loose." I checked it. "Okay." She was using her work voice now. Calm, clean, stripped of drama. I imagined her standing in her kitchen with one hand on the counter, already looking toward her door. From above, there came a sudden burst of laughter. Male, loud, drunk, or pretending to be. It cut through the ceiling, followed by a heavy footstep and something rolling across a floor. My upstairs neighbor, probably. The normal explanation arrived right on time, as if embarrassed to be late. I exhaled. "See," I said, though I wasn't sure what I meant. The apartment light flickered, once. Not dramatic, not movie-like, just a tiny shiver in the bulb, enough to make the room blink and return. The refrigerator motor coughed, caught itself, and kept running. In the wall, something gave a low electrical buzz that rose and fell like a trapped insect. My phone vibrated against my cheek with another incoming call. I pulled it away to look. Mom, of course. My mother, Linda Bell, 59, female, lived in Worcester and had the timing of a smoke detector. She called whenever I was driving in bad weather, cooking with a dull knife, or trying not to worry about something. She was loving in a way that often felt like being wrapped in a blanket someone kept tightening. I let it ring through. I couldn't handle her voice layered over Jess's, and the email, and the clock. 9:22. 1 minute. "Nathan," Jess said, "come downstairs." I thought I wasn't supposed to use the stairs after. It's not after. That made me look toward the door again. The paper was still there outside. I could picture it exactly, even through the door. A single folded rectangle under the bad hallway light. Maybe nothing. Maybe a takeout menu. Maybe a notice about pest control. Maybe one of the upstairs guy's receipts slipped from his pocket. Maybe not. "I don't like this," I said. "I know. That doesn't happen often. You admitting you don't like something, me saying it out loud, then come downstairs." The practical part of me began stacking reasons. If the power did go out, the elevator would stop working. The stairwell had emergency lights, at least in theory. Jess was a paramedic. Being with another person was better than standing alone in my apartment, watching a clock like an idiot. Another part resisted. Leaving meant accepting that the email had changed my behavior. Leaving meant the person or bot or whatever had gotten exactly what spam wants, a reaction. The laptop clock turned to 9:23. For one clean second, nothing happened. I almost smiled. Then the apartment went black. Not just the lamp, everything. The refrigerator stopped mid-hum. The heater clicked dead. The Wi-Fi router on the bookshelf lost its row of blue lights, one after another, so quickly they seemed to be swallowed. Outside my window, the streetlights in the parking lot stayed on. Across the river, the mill offices glowed. The outage was not the city, not the block, just us. In the dark, my laptop screen became the brightest thing in the room. Its battery glow lit the couch, the mug, my own hands, and the open email with its one stupid line. The hallway outside my door made a soft mechanical sound, a click, then another, like someone testing a lock. "Nathan," Jess said very quietly. "I'm here. My power's out too." I didn't answer. The paper outside my door slid inward. Not all the way. Just enough for the edge to appear under the bottom gap, white against the dark floorboards. I watched it move, slowly, deliberately. Then it stopped. On the phone, Jess said, "Do you come down or do I come up?" I stood barefoot in the dark with my laptop open behind me, my dead apartment around me, and a folded note halfway under my door. And for the first time all night, neither choice felt safe. The note lay there like it had been pushed in by a careful hand. Just the corner of it at first, bright in the laptop glow, then another inch, then enough that I could see it had been folded twice. Whoever was on the other side of my door didn't shove it. They fed it through slowly, giving me time to understand that there was a person in the hallway, close enough to kneel outside my apartment, close enough to hear me breathing if I made too much noise. I kept the phone against my ear. Jess said, "Nathan." I didn't answer right away. My throat had tightened in a stupid, physical way, like I'd swallowed something too big. The paper stopped moving. From the hallway came one tiny sound, a fingernail tapping once against the bottom of the door. Not a knock, not enough to announce themselves, just enough to say, "I'm here." "Someone's outside," I whispered. Jess inhaled sharply, then forced herself steady. "Lock check, chain, deadbolt and chain. Do not open it. I'm not." Look through the peephole again. The thought of putting my eye to that little scratched circle made my stomach clench. I imagined someone standing on the other side, face pressed close, waiting to meet me through the glass. "I can't see without the hall light," I said. "Try anyway." The laptop screen was my only light. Its glow stopped at the rug and left the door in a flat block of shadow. I moved carefully, not because I thought floorboards could betray me, but because every sound had become too large. The old building had changed personalities in the dark. The radiator was dead. The refrigerator was dead. Without their ordinary hums, I could hear small things I'd never noticed before. Water ticking in pipes, wind pushing against the old window frames, the distant hiss of tires on wet pavement outside. When I reached the door, I looked through the peephole. Nothing. Not darkness exactly. A dirty gray blur. The emergency lights in the hallway had not come on. That was wrong. The building had emergency lights. Battery packs mounted near the stairwell doors, ugly beige boxes with twin lamps like bug eyes. Dan from maintenance had tested them after the last storm. I knew because he'd set one off while I was bringing groceries up, and the hallway had turned hard white for 10 minutes while he stood there smoking outside the rear exit, pretending it had happened on purpose. Now there was no light at all. Hall's dark, I told Jess. Emergency lights. Dead. Okay, she said. That's a problem. Hearing her name, it made it worse. I backed away from the door and nearly stepped on the note. I crouched, then hesitated. Jess heard the shift in my breathing. What are you doing, reading it, Nathan? It's already inside. That doesn't make it safe. It's paper, Jess. So was anthrax mail. Helpful. I'm serious. So am I. That came out sharper than I meant. Fear made me defensive. It always had. When I didn't know what to do, I became allergic to being told what not to do. I picked up the folded paper by one corner. It was ordinary printer paper. Dry. No smell except the faint, dusty odor of the hallway carpet. I unfolded it with one hand while keeping the phone wedged between my cheek and shoulder. There was a line printed in the center. Basement panel room. 9:41 p.m. If the backup battery fails, your mother does not get the call. For a few seconds, my brain refused to assemble that into anything meaningful. What does it say? Jess asked. I read it to her. She was quiet long enough that I checked the call hadn't dropped. Then she said, What backup battery? I don't know. Your mother called you. I didn't answer. Call her back. I switched to speaker with shaking fingers and tried. The phone took too long after I tapped her name, showing nothing but her contact photo. An old picture from a Christmas dinner where she was laughing with her eyes half shut. The call failed. No ring, no voicemail, just a cold little message. Call failed. I tried again. Same thing. Cell network's bad in a power outage, Jess said, but she didn't sound convinced. The towers still work. Sometimes buildings become dead zones when internal boosters go down. We don't have a booster. You don't know that. I know the landlord won't fix a bathroom fan. He didn't install a cell booster. Outside, down in the street, a truck passed with a wet rush. Its headlights slid across my ceiling for half a second, bars of pale light through the blinds, then disappeared. My phone vibrated. Not a call, a voicemail notification. From Mom. The timestamp said 9:22 p.m. My thumb hovered over it. Nate, Jess said. I played it. At first, there was only breath and background noise. A television somewhere in her house. The faint beep of a microwave. Then my mother's voice came through, low and rushed. Nathan, honey, I just got the strangest email, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but it said not to call you after the lights go out. It had your address. It said if I called, I'd make it worse. I'm sorry. I called anyway, because of course I called anyway. Call me back when you get this, okay? I'm sure it's a scam, but a loud clatter cut across the message, like she dropped the phone or knocked it against the counter. Then, muffled and farther away, she said, Who are you? The voicemail ended. I didn't move. The laptop fan began to spin louder, working on battery for no reason I could understand. Jess spoke first. Nathan, listen to me. She said, Who are you? I heard, she's in Worcester. I heard, that's 40 minutes away. I know, the distance should have made it less immediate. It did the opposite. The threat had stretched somehow from my dark apartment in Lowell to my mother's kitchen in Worcester, through email and phone lines, and whatever cheap personal information had been scraped off the internet. My whole careful little system of locks and flashlights and backup plans suddenly looked like a child's fort made of couch cushions. I tried calling 911. The call failed. This time Jess swore. You too? I asked. My cell S showing 1 bar and no data. I'm trying from mine now. A few seconds passed. Mine won't connect either, she said. Great, don't start. What would you like me to do? I would like you to breathe and not make dumb choices because you're scared. That landed because it was exactly what I was doing. I looked at the note again. Basement panel room. 9:41 p.m. It was 9:27. 14 minutes. The concrete problem finally emerged from the fog. The building had lost power. The emergency lights had failed. Cell service was unreliable. My mother had received a connected threat, and someone wanted me in the basement panel room before 9:41. The smart answer was not to go. The smart answer was also not to sit alone in the dark while a person outside my door knew my mother's number. Jess, I said, is your landline working? I don't have a landline. Who has a landline? Mrs. Alvarez. Mrs. Alvarez was Alina Alvarez, 74, female, who lived in 1A near the front entrance and had been in the building longer than the exposed brick. She was from Rhode Island originally, spoke with the clipped patience of someone who had raised 4 kids and buried 1 husband, and kept an actual corded phone on a little table by her kitchen because, as she liked to say, when the fancy things quit, copper still talks. She also had bad knees, a sharp tongue, and a habit of knowing more than the landlord thought she did. Jess said, if her phone works, we can call police and your mother. We need to get to 1A, not through the stairs if the note warned about them. Maybe the warning is bait. Maybe all of it is bait. Exactly. That is not exactly reassuring. A sound came from below us, not in the hallway, lower, through the floor. A metallic slam, then a drawn-out scraping noise, like something heavy dragged across concrete. The basement. I knew the sound of the basement doors. The building had 2, one interior door at the bottom of the main stairwell, and 1 exterior bulkhead around back where maintenance brought in salt bags and furnace parts. The scrape sounded like the bulkhead. Jess heard it too. Was that downstairs? Yeah. Panel room is in the basement, right, behind the laundry. Locked door with the gray sign. You've been in there. Once. Dan left it open when the washers flooded. Can you restore power from there? I don't know. There are breakers, main panels, stuff labeled badly. Could be a real electrical problem, Jess said. Could be someone tripped the main and killed the emergency lights too. Can emergency lights be killed from the panel? If they're badly maintained or wired wrong, maybe. Or batteries are dead. The grounded explanations kept arriving, each one practical, each one somehow worse. A person didn't need ghosts to make a building dangerous. They needed a panel key, a little timing, and enough private information to make you obey. My phone buzzed again. An email. Same fake utility sender. Subject. Do not waste the battery. I didn't open it. Jess said, "What happened? New email, read it." I thought we weren't obeying the scary emails. Information is not obedience. I opened it. This one had more text. At 9:41 p.m., the basement backup fails. After that, phones in 1A and 2B stop routing outbound calls. Unit 3B must reset the red transfer switch. Do not bring the paramedic. She will slow you down. Below that, your mother has 11 minutes. My hand went numb around the phone. Jess said, "Nathan, what does it say?" I didn't answer. "Nathan." I read everything except the last line. I couldn't make myself say it. She filled the silence. It mentioned me. Yes, by name. No, paramedic. Okay. That's not okay. No, but it means whoever wrote it knows something about us. Not necessarily everything. My job isn't hard to find. I'm in uniform half the time. It says not to bring you. Then I'm coming up. That's literally what it says not to do. It also says you need to go to the basement alone. That's not happening. A faint noise came from the hallway again. Footsteps this time, slow. Not drunk upstairs, neighbor heavy. Not Jess's quick, purposeful steps. These were measured and soft, passing my door and continuing toward the stairwell. I held my breath. The stairwell door opened with a squeal, then closed. No emergency light, no voice, no hurry. "Someone just went into the stairs," I whispered. Jess's voice dropped. "From your floor?" "Yes." "Did they come from the elevator side?" I couldn't see. "Stay away from your door." I stepped back until my calves touched the couch. The laptop battery read 77%. The clock read 9:31. 10 minutes. Jess said, "We need Mrs. Alvarez's phone. We need a working call. That matters more than whatever the note wants. And if someone is waiting in the stairwell, then we don't use the main stairs. There are no other stairs. There's the rear fire escape." I looked toward the kitchen window. The rear fire escape was one of those old metal zigzags bolted to the brick above the alley. Never used it except once when the fire alarm malfunctioned, and everyone had to stand outside in February while firefighters checked the building. It was legal, probably. Rusted, definitely. The drop from the 3rd floor to the 2nd landing was not something I liked thinking about. "It's raining," I said. It stopped. "The metal will be wet." Better than a dark stairwell with someone in it. This was Jess's psychology under pressure. Triage the danger. Choose the survivable bad option move. Mine was to keep wanting more information until the choice made itself. That flaw had helped me at work. It helped me find billing errors and explain broken software. It did not help in a blackout with 10 minutes on the clock. A hard bang sounded from downstairs. Then another. A woman screamed. Not long, not theatrical. One startled cry that cut off fast. "Jess," I said, "I heard it. Was that 1st floor?" "I think so. Mrs. Alvarez." "I don't know." My phone lit up with another failed call attempt from Mom. Incoming, then gone. No ring. Just her name flashing and vanishing. The battery on my phone was at 18%. I'd forgotten to charge it after work. Of course I had. My private fear sharpened into something painfully specific. Not death. Not darkness. Missing the one call that mattered because I had let my phone die. Because I had ignored my mother. Because I'd chosen pride over picking up when she tried to reach me. I grabbed the flashlight from the kitchen drawer. It worked. a hard white beam that made the counters look staged and unfamiliar. I grabbed the second one from my nightstand too, stuffing it in my hoodie pocket. Then I unplugged the laptop, hesitated, and left it open on the coffee table. Too bulky, too bright, too much to carry. "Nathan," Jess said, "I'm coming down." "No, I'm coming up to you first." "We don't have time." "Exactly. Don't make me chase you." Mrs. Alvarez might have screamed. "And you rushing alone into the dark helps her how?" There it was, the small disagreement, but it wasn't small anymore. It was a crack between two bad instincts. Jess wanted control through proximity. I wanted control through action. "I'm going to the fire escape," I said. "Nathan, wait for me at least. You're on the second floor. Meet me on the second landing." "That landing barely holds one person." "Then open your kitchen window." "My kitchen window is painted shut." "Of course it is." Another sound rolled through the building. A low electrical thud, followed by a smell that reached me a second later. Hot plastic. Not smoke exactly. More like a power strip overheating, that sour chemical tang that makes every nerve in your body look for the source. "Do you smell that?" I asked. Jess said, "Yes." From below her, someone shouted, "Hey, lights are out," a male voice. Older, angry, not afraid yet. Then a door opened somewhere and hit a wall. The building was waking up. That should have helped. More people meant witnesses, phones, noise. Instead, it made everything messier. Panicked neighbors in dark halls. Bad knees on stairs. Someone possibly messing with electrical panels in the basement. A warning about stairs that might be true, bait, or both. I went to the kitchen window and unlocked it. The wood stuck, swollen from rain and age. I shoved upward. Nothing. I set the phone on the counter, put the flashlight under my arm, and drove both palms against the sash. Gave with a shriek loud enough to make me flinch. Cool, wet air entered the kitchen, carrying the smell of brick, river mud, and trash bins from the alley. The fire escape was a black shape outside the window, slick with rainwater. Somewhere below, metal rattled. Jess shouted through the phone, distant now on the counter. "Nathan, what was that? Window." "Don't go out yet." I picked up the phone. "You said fire escape." "I said it was an option, not that you should launch yourself onto wet metal in socks." I looked down. Socks. A ridiculous detail, and somehow the thing that almost broke me. I pictured slipping on the fire escape, going down hard, my ankle twisting between metal slats while my phone skidded into the alley. A plausible injury. Stupid, permanent enough. I shoved my feet into sneakers without tying them. At 9:35, my phone buzzed again. This time it was not an email, a text from an unknown number. "Your mother is trying to be brave. You should hurry." Attached was a photo. I opened it before I could stop myself. It showed my mother's kitchen table in Worcester, her blue ceramic fruit bowl, the yellow dish towel she always hung over the oven handle. The angle was low, like the photo had been taken from waist height by someone standing near her back door. No face, no person, just enough to prove the sender had been there. I made a sound I didn't recognize. Jess said, "What?" I sent her the photo. She saw it and said nothing for 2 seconds. Then, "We need police. Now." Mrs. Alvarez's phone. "Move." The shift in her voice decided it. I climbed onto the counter and swung one leg through the window. The metal platform outside groaned under my sneaker when I tested it. Cold air wet my face. My hand found the brick wall, rough and gritty, and I pulled myself through carefully, flashlight clenched between my teeth for a moment because I needed both hands. Below me, the alley was dark except for a security light behind the neighboring building. The fire escape stairs descended in narrow flights, slick and rust speckled. I had one foot outside and one still in my kitchen when a heavy impact hit my apartment door. Not a knock, a shoulder. The chain snapped tight with a bright metallic crack. I froze halfway through the window. Another impact. The door frame groaned. Jess shouted through the phone on the counter, "Nathan." I lunged the rest of the way onto the fire escape, scraping my forearm against the brick. Skin tore. Pain came hot and immediate, which was almost a relief because it was simple and real. Inside my apartment, the door hit again. The deadbolt held, for now. I grabbed my phone from the counter through the open window, nearly dropped it, and turned toward the fire escape stairs. At the same moment, from below, a flashlight beam swept upward from the alley. Not Jess's. Too low. Outside. It passed over the underside of the fire escape, paused on my legs, and held there. A man's voice from below said, calm and close enough to hear clearly, "Nathan, don't make this harder." Behind me, my apartment door cracked under another hit. Below me, the beam stayed fixed, and the only way to reach Jess, Mrs. Alvarez's phone, or the basement panel room was down. The flashlight beam from the alley held on my shins. For one irrational second, I thought if I stood perfectly still, the man below might decide I was part of the fire escape. Just wet metal and shadow. Nothing worth chasing. Then my apartment door hit its frame again behind me, hard enough that I felt it through the brick wall. I moved. The fire escape stairs dropped from my third-floor platform to a second-floor landing outside Jess's kitchen window, then zigzagged again toward the alley, where a final ladder folded down to the pavement. The whole thing was bolted to the rear wall of the building, above the dumpsters, and the narrow strip of cracked asphalt we all pretended was a service lane. On a normal day, it was ugly but manageable. In the dark, slick with rain and rust, it felt like a piece of farm equipment hung 3 stories in the air. "Nathan," the man below called. "Stop." His voice wasn't angry. That was worse. He sounded like someone trying not to wake a baby. I kept one hand on the rail and took the first step down. My sneaker slipped. My body dropped sideways, hip banging the railing, my scraped forearm skidding across wet iron. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I caught myself with my left hand and felt something in my wrist pull wrong. Not broken, not cleanly, just a hot, nauseating twist that made my fingers buzz. Behind me, from inside my apartment, the door gave another wooden crack. The man below said, "You're going to fall." "I'll risk it," I said, though it came out breathless and stupid. My phone was wedged in my hoodie pocket, still connected to Jess on speaker. Her voice burst through the fabric. "Where is he?" "Allie," I said, "below me." "Can you see his face?" "No, don't go to street level. Come to my window." "I'm trying." Her kitchen window was 1 flight down and about 6 feet to my left across the second-floor landing. I could see it now as I descended, a dark rectangle with with a little white curtain pressed against the glass. Jess was behind it, moving fast. A pale blur, a hand. Then the window rattled. "Painted shut," she grunted. The man's flashlight beam climbed the stairs after me. I crouched low, using the railing as a shield, and forced my legs to keep moving. Each step gave a wet, metallic chirp. My breath came too loud. I could hear myself over everything else. The rasp in my throat, the squeak of my soles, the thin rattle of the fire escape taking my weight. Then something crashed below. The beam vanished. I froze. A shape lunged out from behind the dumpsters with a deep, snarling sound. The man shouted and stumbled backward. His flashlight spun across the alley, its beam whipping up the brick wall, catching my face, then the fire escape, then the wet black pavement. I heard claws skittering. Teeth clicked. For half a second, my mind made it into something impossible, something released, something waiting in the alley because the email had planned even this. Then the shape barked, a dog, a big one, black and tan, with a red leash dragging behind it. "Rufus," a woman yelled from somewhere near the rear gate. "Rufus, come here." The dog barked again, more confused than vicious, and the man below kicked at it, not connecting. The dog backed away, hackles high. Misdirection. Ordinary and stupid and beautiful. Mrs. Keene from the building next door had a German Shepherd mix she let out through the rear gate when she smoked. Rufus hated umbrellas, bicycles, Dan, and apparently unidentified men standing in alleys during blackouts. I used the distraction. I dropped the last 3 steps to the second floor landing, slammed my shoulder against Jess's kitchen window, and nearly went through it when she shoved from the inside at the same time. "Again," she shouted. I hit it with the heel of my good hand. The old paint seal tore with a long, sticky rip. The sash jumped upward 6 inches. Jess's face appeared in the gap, lit from below by her phone. "Can you fit?" "No." "Then break it." "With what?" She disappeared, then came back holding a small cast iron skillet. "Move your face." She hit the lower pane from inside. Once, twice. On the 3rd strike, the glass cracked but didn't fall. Safety film, maybe. Old wire mesh. Something held it together in a glittering sag. Down in the alley, the man yelled, "Hey," not at me, at the dog. Rufus barked again, farther away now. The neighbor was cursing, calling him back through the gate. Jess hit the glass again. This time a piece fell outward and exploded on the landing near my shoes. I flinched, too slow. A shard skipped up and nicked my ankle through my sock. I felt the cut before I saw it, a bright line of pain, then warmth spreading into the fabric. "Careful," Jess said, which was absurd considering she had just taken a skillet to a window. She cleared the jagged bottom edge with a dish towel and reached for me. I passed one leg through first, then my shoulder, then got stuck at the hips because old apartments have decorative trim designed by people who never imagined panicked men crawling through windows. "Exhale," Jess said. "I am exhaling. Exhale more. I'm not inflatable." She grabbed my hoodie and pulled. The broken glass edge caught my sleeve and tore it open. I spilled into her kitchen on my hands and knees, bringing rainwater, rust flakes, and a few crumbs of old window paint with me. Jess slammed the window as far down as it would go. It stopped crooked, broken, pain gaping, cold air pouring through. Jessica Marlowe, 31, female, paramedic, was still in the navy t-shirt and black work pants she wore under her uniform jacket, though now she had a gray sweatshirt over it and one boot unlaced. Her expression was all business until she saw my forearm. "That's bleeding. It's a scrape. It's a lot of scrape." Later, she looked like she wanted to argue, but downstairs another shout cut through the floor. A man from the first floor yelled, "What the hell is going on?" Then a woman answered, voice shaking, "The phones are dead." Jess and I looked at each other. Attempt one had been simple: get from my apartment to Jess. It had worked, technically, but it had cost us time, my arm, her kitchen window, and the realization that the man outside wasn't alone or afraid to be seen. The clock on my phone said 9:38. 3 minutes until 9:41. "We go to Alvarez," Jess said. "Her apartment is front left, first floor. Down one flight, through the front hall. If her phone works, we call police and your mother. And the stairs, we use them carefully, together." The main stairwell was just outside Jess's apartment door. From her kitchen, you went through a narrow living room, past a couch with a folded EMT jacket thrown over the back, then into the little entry hall. Her front door opened to the second floor corridor. Left was my stairwell up to the third floor and down to the lobby. Right was the elevator, useless now, its old gate probably sitting dark and open like a cage. Jess grabbed a trauma kit from beside her shoes. "You're bringing that. I'm a paramedic. The email said you'd slow me down. The email can file a complaint." She handed me a roll of gauze. "Wrap your arm while we move. I need my hand. You need blood inside your body." I wrapped badly. She fixed it in 3 fast motions, tight enough to sting. Then she opened her apartment door. The second floor hallway smelled like wet carpet, hot plastic, and the strange stale air of a building with no fans running. My flashlight cut a tunnel through it. The oatmeal-colored carpet looked darker now, almost brown. Doors had opened along the corridor. A man in boxer shorts and a Red Sox hoodie stood half out of 2C, holding a candle in a jar. Mark Feld, 46, male, lived across from Jess and drove for a medical courier service. I knew him mostly as a guy who smoked by the front steps and complained about parking. His face looked pale and annoyed in the flashlight beam. "You people got lights?" he asked. "No," Jess said. "Stay inside and lock your door." "Why? Is it a fire? Do you smell smoke?" "I smell something." "Then stay inside." He looked at my bleeding arm. "Jesus, what happened to you?" "Window," I said. "That answers nothing." Jess was already moving toward the stairs. The stairwell door was propped open. It should not have been. It was a heavy fire door with a spring hinge, the kind that closed on you if you carried laundry too slowly. Now someone had wedged a red rubber doorstop under it. My flashlight beam found it. Jess stopped so abruptly I bumped into her. "Was that there before?" she asked. "No." From below came a faint beeping. Not a smoke alarm, slower, electronic. Once every 3 seconds, beep, beep, beep. "Emergency light battery," I whispered. "Maybe. Or something else. Everything is something else tonight." She crouched and looked down the stairwell. Concrete steps dropped in a square spiral. Second floor to first, first to lobby, lobby to basement. The The railing was painted black, chipped silver where hands had worn it down. No emergency lighting, no exit sign, only our flashlights and the dim gray rectangle of a small window between floors. "Alvarez first," Jess said. We descended. Every step seemed designed to report us. Rubber soles on grit, metal railing ticking when my sleeve brushed it. Jess's breath controlled, and mine not even pretending. Halfway down, my flashlight caught something stretched across the stairs at shin height. "Stop," I said. Jess froze. A cable ran from the railing to the wall, dark and thin. At first, I thought it was wire. Then Jess touched it lightly with 2 fingers. "Fishing line," she said. There was a paint can tied to the far end, hidden behind the railing. If one of us had hit the line, the can would have fallen down the stairwell. Loud, maybe enough to startle us into a fall. Maybe just an alarm, human, cheap, effective. Jess unhooked it carefully. Attempt 2 shifted shape right there. This wasn't only about reaching a phone. Someone had prepared the routes. "We should go back," I whispered. "To where? Your broken door or my broken window?" She had a point. We stepped over the line and continued. At the first floor landing, a door opened below us. Light spilled upward. Real light, warm and yellow. For one impossible, hopeful second, I thought the power had come back. Then I saw it was a lantern. Mrs. Alvarez stood at the lobby entrance in a long burgundy robe, one hand gripping a battery lantern, the other holding the doorframe. Elena Alvarez, 74, female, was small but not fragile, with silver hair pinned up and eyes that had no patience left in them. Behind her, deeper in her apartment, I could see shelves of framed family photos and the little table where her corded phone sat. "Nathan," she said. "Jessica, what are you doing on the stairs?" "Mrs. Alvarez," Jess said, "we need your phone." "Phone S not working." My chest sank. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I mean I pick it up and it's dead. No tone, nothing." "What time?" She looked at me like I'd asked what flavor the moon was. 2 minutes ago. 9:40. The email had said phones in 1A and 2B would stop routing after the basement backup failed at 9:41. It had been early, or the sender had been guessing, or someone had already done whatever they needed to do. A door banged in the lobby. Mrs. Alvarez flinched. "That was my door," she said. "Someone tried the knob. Then they ran." "Did you scream?" Jess asked. I shouted, "I'm old, not decorative." That explained the scream, at least partly. Not a body, not an attack. Right neighbor with a lantern and a dead phone. A relief, but only a thin one. Mark's voice called from above. "Hey, the stairs are blocked up here," Jess turned. "Mark, stay in your apartment." "I'm just saying." Then a crash came from the 2nd floor, a paint can falling. It hit one railing, bounced, hit another, then smashed open somewhere below with a wet metallic slap. Paint smell burst into the stairwell. White liquid spread across the steps below us, glossy in the flashlight beam. "Mark swore," Jess said. "He tripped the line." "He said blocked up here," I said. Before she could answer, a door slammed above. Then another. Someone was in the stairwell over us. Fast, Jess grabbed my sleeve and pulled me toward Mrs. Alvarez's doorway. Inside, Mrs. Alvarez moved aside. We crowded into her apartment, and she pushed the door shut. Jess locked the knob, and slid the chain into place. The apartment was warmer than the hall and smelled of lavender soap, old paper, and the soup Mrs. Alvarez always seemed to be making. Her lantern threw big shadows across the walls. The corded phone sat exactly where I remembered, beige plastic receiver in its cradle. I picked it up anyway. Dead. No hiss. No click. Nothing. I pressed the switch hook several times like an idiot, as if persistence could manufacture a dial tone. "Come on," I whispered. Jess had moved to the front window overlooking the street. "There are lights outside. Other buildings have power." Mrs. Alvarez said, "I told you, this building only." I saw a man at the side door before the lights went. Thought it was maintenance. "What man?" Jess asked. "Cap, work jacket, carrying a tool bag." "Dan?" I asked. "No, younger, taller." A new fact, and the trap tightened again. Not just emails, not just some distant scammer. Someone had physically entered the building before the outage, dressed like maintenance. My phone buzzed. 9:41. The screen lit with a text. "Too late for the phone. Basement now." Then, a second later, "Or Worcester loses the backup plan too." Attached, a short audio file. I played it before Jess could stop me. My mother's voice came through, trembling now. "Nathan, there's a man outside the back porch. I'm in the bathroom with the door locked. I called police, but I don't know if they understood me. Please don't come here. Please." Just a thump, her breathing sharpened. Then another voice, male and muffled by distance. "Linda, open the door. Your son is making this complicated." The file ended. Mrs. Alvarez crossed herself silently. Jess's face had gone flat, not calm, past calm. "Forward it to me," she said. "My data's dead. Bluetooth. That takes pairing. AirDrop. We're not in an Apple commercial." She gave me a look. Under other circumstances, I might have laughed. Under these, it just hurt. Outside Mrs. Alvarez's door, footsteps passed in the lobby. Slow, then stopped. The knob turned. The chain held. Mrs. Alvarez lifted the lantern higher and said loudly, "I have a gun." I looked at her. She mouthed, "No, I don't." The knob stopped turning. From the other side, a man said, "No one needs to get hurt." I recognized the voice. Not personally, but it was the man from the alley. Jess angled herself between the door and Mrs. Alvarez. She held the cast iron skillet in one hand and her trauma shears in the other, which would have been funny if her knuckles weren't white. "What do you want?" she called. "Nathan needs to reset the transfer switch." "Why?" "Because he's the one they'll believe." That answer made no sense, and too much sense at the same time. "Who's they?" I asked. No answer. Then a small electronic chirp came from the doorframe. Jess lunged forward, but too late. A thin tube slid under the door and spat a burst of white vapor into the apartment. Pepper spray. It hit the floor and bloomed upward. Mrs. Alvarez coughed first, a raw tearing sound. Jess cursed and yanked her backward. My eyes burned before I understood what had happened. My nose flooded. The room dissolved into water and fire. "Bathroom," Jess choked. "Wet towels." We stumbled through Mrs. Alvarez's living room, past the photos and the dead phone, and the little side table stacked with church bulletins. Geography collapsed into furniture edges and pain. My shin hit something low. Mrs. Alvarez gasped. Jess kept one arm around her. Behind us, the apartment door kicked once. The chain snapped, not fully. One screw tore from the frame. "Back way," Mrs. Alvarez rasped. "Kitchen, service hall." Of course. First floor units had rear service exits toward the laundry corridor, old mill building leftovers from when deliveries came through the back. I'd forgotten, or never paid attention. We moved blind through her kitchen. Jess soaked a dish towel at the sink out of habit, even though the water pressure had weakened to a trembling trickle. She shoved it into Mrs. Alvarez's hands. The rear door opened onto a narrow service hall behind the first floor apartments. Left led to the laundry room. Beyond that, the basement stairs and panel room. Right led to the rear side door and alley. Retreat was right. Basement was left. Police was impossible. Phones dead. My mother locked in a bathroom 40 miles away with someone using her name like bait. The man in the lobby was coming through Mrs. Alvarez's door. The stairs above were trapped. The fire escape had a man below it. Jess's window was broken. My apartment door was failing. We had failed to get a working call. Had failed to gather neighbors safely. We had learned the building routes were compromised. And now the only remaining direction was the one the messages had wanted from the beginning. The service hall smelled of bleach, old dryer lint, and pepper spray leaking after us. A red exit sign at the end glowed weakly, then flickered once and died. Jess wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Tears streamed down her face. Mine too. "This is stupid," I said, coughing. "This is exactly where they want us." "I know," she said. But Mrs. Alvarez was bent double, wheezing. Behind us, her front door crashed inward. The point of no return was not dramatic. It was practical. A 74-year-old woman could not outrun a man through a dark building while choking on pepper spray. Jess could not carry her up trapped stairs. I could not go back to my apartment. The alley was watched. The phone was dead. So we went left, toward the laundry room, toward the basement panel room, toward the red transfer switch. Behind us, the service hall door slammed open, and the man's footsteps entered the corridor at a run. We ran left because every other direction had been taken from us. The rear service hall was barely wide enough for 2 people. Jess had one arm around Mrs. Alvarez's waist, half guiding her, half dragging her, while I stumbled ahead with the flashlight shaking in my good hand. The beam jumped over scuffed baseboards, old conduit, a mop bucket, a wall-mounted fire extinguisher with a cracked inspection tag. Behind us, the man's shoes slapped the floor. Fast, too fast for Mrs. Alvarez. "Laundry," she wheezed, "door on the left." "I know," I said, even though I only sort of knew. The hallway turned sharply. I almost missed the laundry room because the sign was just black plastic letters screwed to a beige door. My fingers slipped on the knob. For one horrible second, it didn't turn. Locked. "No," I said. Jess shoved Mrs. Alvarez against the wall and reached past me. "Move." She slammed her shoulder into the door. Nothing. The footsteps behind us rounded the corner. A flashlight beam struck the wall beside my head. "Nathan," the man said, breathing harder now. "Stop running." Jess hit the door again. The frame cracked. The man was 15 feet away. I swung my flashlight at him before I had time to think. Not a brave swing, a frightened, ugly, overhand motion. The aluminum body caught him on the forearm as he reached for me, and the beam went spinning across the floor. He grunted, more surprised than hurt. I saw him clearly for the first time in the rolling light. White male, maybe late 30s, black baseball cap, navy work jacket, gray gloves, clean shaven face with a flat, irritated focus, like we were making him late. Not a monster, a person. That made him worse. Jess hit the door a third time, and it burst inward, throwing her to one knee. Mrs. Alvarez cried out as Jess pulled her through. I grabbed the flashlight off the floor and backed after them. The man lunged. His hand closed around my hoodie. I twisted out of it. The zipper scraped my chin. The fabric tore half off one shoulder, and for a second, we were close enough that I smelled him. Rain, sweat, and the sour bite of pepper spray trapped in his jacket. He said almost gently, "You don't understand what you're stopping." I kicked backward and connected with his shin. He let go. I fell through the laundry room doorway. Jess slammed the door shut in his face. There was no lock. "Hold it," she shouted. I threw myself against it as the man hit from the other side. The laundry room was a long basement-level space disguised as first-floor utility because the old mill sat unevenly against the hill. One end opened to the rear service hall, the other led down 3 concrete steps to the actual basement corridor where the panel room was. 4 washers lined the left wall, 4 dryers on the right. Detergent smell hung under the chemical burn of pepper spray. The machines were dead, their round glass doors reflecting our lantern and flashlight in warped circles. Mrs. Alvarez leaned over a folding table, coughing into the wet dish towel. Jess pulled a metal laundry cart against the door. "Nathan, help." We wedged the cart under the knob, then shoved a dryer lint bin behind it. The door banged again. The cart screamed across the tile an inch. "Won't hold," Jess said. "I know." The clock on my phone read 9:44, past the deadline, past whatever was supposed to fail. My phone battery was at 9%. It buzzed anyway. A text from the unknown number, final chance. Red transfer switch. Turn it on. Stand in front of the panel camera. Say your full name. I stared at the words. Panel camera. They didn't just want the switch. They wanted me recorded doing it. That was what the man had meant. "He's the one they'll believe," I showed Jess. Her eyes, red and streaming from the pepper spray, narrowed. "Insurance, arson, or sabotage. They make you look like the guy who caused it." Mrs. Alvarez rasped, "Panel camera is real." We turned to her. She pointed with a shaking hand toward the basement corridor. Dan showed me. After copper thefts. Little camera above the panel room door. Landlord put it in cheap, saves to some box. "So they need footage," Jess said. "Of me," I said. My voice sounded far away. The door slammed again. The cart shifted. Jess grabbed my flashlight and aimed it toward the basement corridor. "Panel room, now. That's what they want. They want you alone and compliant. We are neither." We went down the 3 steps. The basement corridor ran beneath the building, low-ceilinged and damp, with exposed pipes overhead and flaking white paint on the brick. To the right was storage cages, and the rear bulkhead. To the left, 20 feet away, was the gray metal door marked electrical panel room, authorized personnel only. Above it, nearly hidden behind conduit, a small black security camera pointed down. Its tiny red indicator light was on. The building had no lights, no phones, no emergency batteries, but that little camera still had power. Of course it did. Separate backup, Jess muttered. The electrical room door was closed with a keypad lock. I tried the handle. Locked. Behind us, the laundry room door cracked loud enough to make Mrs. Alvarez moan. Jess said, "Code." How would I know? Mrs. Alvarez wiped her eyes. Dan used 4 digits. Building number. What building number? Mail address. 1732, I said. I punched it in. Red light. Wrong. The cart in the laundry room scraped again. Jess pushed me aside and tried 1732, then 32B, then 0. Red, red, red. Stop, I said. Too many wrong tries might lock it. It's already locked. My phone buzzed. Say your name, turn the switch. Door opens when you agree. My skin prickled under the sweat. They can control the lock, Jess said. From where? Nearby. Wi-Fi, relay, Bluetooth, whatever. Or someone inside. The last possibility made the corridor shrink. Inside the panel room, something clicked. Then the keypad light turned green. The door unlocked. Nobody moved. The man in the laundry room hit the door again. This time would split. Jess whispered, "We do not stand in front of the camera and say your name." What if my mother, Nathan, her voice sharpened. Look at me. I looked. Her eyes were swollen and wet. A bead of blood ran from a cut across one cheek where the broken window must have caught her. She was scared, not pretending otherwise, but she was still thinking. They already got to your mother. They want you to do something on camera. If you do exactly what they want, you do not save her. You give them the next thing. I hated that she was right. I hated that being right did not tell us what to do. The laundry room door finally gave with a splintering crack. Mrs. Alvarez said, "Inside." We pulled open the panel room door and rushed in. It was narrow, hot, and loud in a way the rest of the building no longer was. Not machine loud, electrical loud. A deep transformer hum behind the walls, a faint buzzing from metal boxes, the small frantic beep of a backup unit somewhere near the floor. The smell of hot plastic was stronger here. Gray panels covered the walls, each labeled in faded marker. 3A3B, hall, laundry, ELEV, M-light, transfer. And there it was. A red handle on a gray box at chest height. Manual transfer switch. Beside it, taped to the wall, was a printed instruction sheet in a plastic sleeve. Half the tape had peeled loose. Jess swept her flashlight over it. "Generator?" I asked. "No generator," Mrs. Alvarez said. "Battery backup for fire system and phones." Landlord bragged, said it kept inspectors happy. The backup unit on the floor beeped again. A black cable had been unplugged from it and coiled neatly beside the wall. A second cable ran from the unit into a small device with 2 antennas and a power bank taped to it. Jess crouched. "This is not building equipment." "Don't touch it," I said. "I'm not licking it." The door behind us started to swing shut on its own. I caught it before it latched. Too late. The man stepped into view outside. Jess slammed her shoulder into the door, but he shoved back. Mrs. Alvarez, still coughing, grabbed the metal laundry cart's loose wheel brace from the floor where it must have broken off and jammed it between the door and frame. The door stayed open 3 inches. The man pushed. The brace bent. "Nathan," he shouted through the gap. "Turn the switch and say your name, that's it." Why, no answer. Jess looked at the red transfer switch, then at the unplugged cable, then at the device with antennas. "They're backfeeding something," she said, "or faking a reset." In English, if you throw that switch while their device is connected, it could fry the system, start a fire, maybe kill the remaining backups. And the camera sees you doing it. The man heard her. His tone changed. "She doesn't know what she's talking about." Jess laughed once, hoarse and furious. "That's usually what men say right before I cut their pants off in an ambulance." He slammed the door. The brace slipped. Mrs. Alvarez cried out as the door edge hit her shoulder. She staggered back, and for a terrifying second, I thought she'd broken something. Jess caught her, but that left the door free. The man came in. Everything happened too fast and too slowly. He reached for me first, because I was the target. I backed into a panel and felt metal bite my shoulder blades. Jess hit him from the side with the cast iron skillet. The sound was ugly. Not a clean movie clang. A dull, meaty crack against his upper arm. He shouted and swung blindly, catching Jess across the mouth with his elbow. She went down hard, hitting her hip on the concrete. I moved then, not well, not heroically. I grabbed the instruction sheet from the wall, plastic sleeve and all, and flung it into his face. He jerked back by instinct. I drove my shoulder into his stomach, and we both crashed into the panel boxes. Alarms began beeping. Not fire alarms, electrical alarms, UPS alarms, panel alarms. Too many small warning sounds layered together. He was stronger than me. Much. He got one hand around my throat and shoved me against the wall hard enough that my teeth clicked. His gloves smelled like rubber and pepper spray. "Say your name," he said. I clawed at his wrist. No air. My flashlight lay on the floor, beam aimed at the ceiling. In its hard white spill, I saw Jess trying to get up and failing. Blood ran from her lip onto her shirt. Mrs. Alvarez had one hand braced on the wall, her face gray with pain, but her eyes were locked on the red handle. The man pushed me toward it. My back hit the transfer box. "Say it." I couldn't breathe. The phone in my pocket buzzed one more time. Battery dying. Mom, email, didn't matter. My hand found something on the wall beside the switch. A laminated breaker schedule held by a metal clip. I ripped the clip free and stabbed downward into the man's gloved hand. He yelled and loosened his grip. Air came back in one tearing gulp. Jess moved from the floor. She didn't get up. She rolled, grabbed her trauma shears, and cut the zip tie holding the strange antenna device to the power bank. Then she yanked the device cable from the backup unit. The room changed. The hum dropped. The little red light on the panel camera blinked once, went out. The man saw it. His face finally broke, not anger, panic. "No," he said. Mrs. Alvarez grabbed the unplugged building cable with both hands. "Where?" she gasped. Jess pointed. "There." Mrs. Alvarez shoved it toward the backup unit port, but her hands were shaking too hard. I lunged toward her. The man caught my hoodie again. This time I let him. I dropped out of it completely, leaving the torn sweatshirt in his grip, and slammed my palm against the transfer box to keep myself upright. Jess, still on the floor, kicked the back of his knee. He went down on one leg. Mrs. Alvarez got the cable seated. Click. For half a second, nothing happened. Then the emergency light in the panel room flickered on. Weak, yellow-white, beautiful. A second later, from beyond the door, another light came on in the laundry room. Then the hallway. The building exhaled in pieces. The man surged upward. I grabbed the red transfer switch. Jess screamed, "Don't." I didn't turn it on. I pulled it down halfway and let it spring back hard. Metal handle snapped against its housing with a sharp crack right beside his head. He flinched. That was all I needed. I drove my forehead into his nose. It hurt more than I expected. A bright explosion across my skull. His nose broke with a wet crunch. He reeled backward, hands to his face. Jess pulled a roll of medical tape from her kit and threw it to me. "Tape his wrists. With tape, use a lot." He stumbled toward the door. Mrs. Alvarez stuck out her foot. It was not graceful. It was not strong. It was an old woman's slippered foot placed exactly where a panicking man expected open floor. He tripped. His head struck the doorframe. He went down on his side, groaning. Jess crawled to him, and with a sound like she was tearing herself in half, pinned one of his arms under her knee. I dropped beside her and wrapped tape around his wrists until the roll ran out. Not enough to hold him forever. Enough to slow him. Jess added gauze, then used her trauma shears to cut a length of cord from the illegal device and loop it around the tape. "Don't you dare move," she told him. He spat blood onto the concrete. "You don't know who you just helped," he said. "Buddy," Jess said, wiping blood from her lip, "I barely know who I just hurt." My phone rang. Actually rang. The sound was so normal it almost knocked me flat. "Mom," I answered with both hands. "Mom." "Nathan," her voice cracked. "Nathan, police are here." I'm okay. I slid down the wall. "What happened?" He ran when the sirens came. I locked myself in the bathroom. I got through to 911 before the call cut out. I told them everything. I told them your address. I couldn't speak. The room blurred. Pepper spray, sweat, tears. All of it. Jess leaned her head back against the wall and closed her eyes. Blood had dried under her nose. Mrs. Alvarez sat on the concrete with her bad legs stretched out, breathing in shallow bursts. In the hallway outside, neighbors began shouting. Real voices now, confused, angry, alive. Mark's voice above the others. "There's paint all over the damn stairs." Sirens approached in the distance. Low at first, then closer. The man on the floor laughed once, wet and broken. "You think that fixes it," he said. I looked at the dead little device on the floor. The unplugged power bank. The red transfer switch. The camera with no light. The labels on the panels. The building slowly waking around us because Mrs. Alvarez had seated one cable and Jess had cut another. It didn't fix Worcester. It didn't explain the emails. It didn't tell me why they needed my face on camera, or who had sent the exact predictions, or how many people were involved. But for that moment, the immediate conflict had a shape I could understand. A man had tried to force me into doing something on video. We had stopped him. My mother was alive. The lights were coming back in ugly strips, and none of us had come through clean. When the first police officers reached the laundry room with weapons drawn, I was sitting on the panel room floor, one hand pressed to my throat, the other holding my phone so tightly my fingers cramped. Jess was still bleeding from the mouth. Mrs. Alvarez's shoulder was swelling under her robe. The unidentified man lay taped and cursing beside the transfer switch he had wanted me to touch. The officer shouted for everyone to show their hands. I raised mine slowly. My right hand shook. It did not stop. The first officer who reached us kept yelling even after it was obvious nobody in that panel room had enough left to fight him. Hands where I can see them. Mine were up. Jess's were up. The one shook badly, and the other was pressed against her mouth. Mrs. Alvarez tried to raise both of hers, winced, and left the injured arm cradled against her chest. The man on the floor didn't raise anything. He was half on his side, wrists wrapped in tape, gauze, and the stripped cord from the little antenna device. Blood from his broken nose had run into the corner of his mouth. He blinked under the officer's flashlight and said, with impressive bitterness, "They attacked me." Jess spat blood onto the concrete and said, "He pepper sprayed a 74-year-old woman." The officer looked at Mrs. Alvarez, then at the busted device, then at me sitting there in a torn t-shirt with my throat marked red from the man's glove. "Everybody stop talking," he said. That was the first instruction all night I was happy to follow. More officers came in behind him. Their radios filled the room with clipped voices and static. The building, waking back up in pieces, sounded wrong around them. Emergency lights buzzing overhead, neighbors shouting through the laundry room, pipes clicking as systems restarted. Someone upstairs kept asking if they could use the elevator. Someone else yelled that the stairs were covered in paint. A female officer guided me out of the panel room and sat me on a washer. She had me keep my hands visible while another officer cut the tape off the attacker and replaced it with cuffs. Jess protested when they made her sit too. "I'm fine," she said through swollen lips. "You are bleeding from your mouth," the officer told her. "I've worked with worse, I'm sure. Sit." Jessica Marlowe, 31, female, still managed to look offended while doing exactly what she was told. That was Jess in a crisis, furious at being treated like a patient, even when she very clearly was one. Mrs. Alvarez was worse off than she wanted to admit. Her right shoulder had already begun swelling under the robe, and every breath came with a little hitch she tried to hide by scowling. When the paramedics arrived, two people Jess knew. Because of course she did, she immediately started giving them information instead of accepting care. "Alina Alvarez, 74, she said. "No blood thinners. Bad knees. Shoulder took a hit from the door. Pepper spray exposure." The paramedics, a blonde man in his 40s named Tim, looked at Jess and said, "You coaching patients now?" Jess dabbed at her split lip with gauze. "She's efficient. She's concussed," he asked. "I am not concussed," Mrs. Alvarez snapped. That was the first time I almost laughed. Almost. Then my phone buzzed in my hand, and I flinched so hard the officer beside me put one hand on her holster. "Sorry," I said. "Sorry, it's my mom." The screen showed a text from her. "Police are still here." "I'm okay. Are you hurt?" I typed 3 different answers and deleted all of them. Finally, I wrote a little. "I'm with police. I'll call when they let me." It felt too small for what had happened, but everything did. The man they cuffed in the panel room eventually gave a name: Peter Voss, 38, male, from Manchester, New Hampshire. At least, that was the name on his driver's license. He asked for a lawyer before the officers got much more from him. "Smart," one of them muttered. "Annoying, but smart." They found a tool bag in the basement corridor near the bulkhead. Inside were gloves, a pry bar, 2 cheap prepaid phones, a cloned building access fob, zip ties, a canister of pepper spray, a screwdriver set, and a printed maintenance work order with our building address on it. The work order looked real until Dan arrived 40 minutes later in sweatpants, work boots, and a Bruins jacket, blinking like someone had dragged him out of a dream. Daniel Dan Rourke, 44, male, building maintenance contractor, had the wrench tattoo and cigarette smell exactly as advertised. He kept saying, "I didn't write that," while staring at the work order. Then he said it again to a detective. Then again to the landlord on the phone, louder each time. "I didn't give anyone a fob," Dan said. "I lost one last month, but I told Marty." Marty was the landlord. Nobody looked surprised. That became one of the neat answers later. A lost fob, a cheap camera system, a panel room with a keypad code written in a maintenance spreadsheet that had been emailed around to too many people. The building was not a fortress. It was a tired old mill full of shortcuts, bad habits, and people who trusted that nobody would put in the effort to abuse them. Someone had put in the effort. The police separated us for statements. A young officer took mine in the lobby, while EMTs checked my throat and wrapped my forearm properly. The lobby lights were back on, but dim, and the old tile floor was smeared with white paint from the stairwell trap. Neighbors stood around in slippers and coats, whispering in little clusters. Mark Feld kept telling anyone who would listen that he had nearly broken his damn neck, which was true enough, even if he left out the part where Jess had told him to stay inside. When I told the officer about the emails, he asked to see my phone. I handed it over like it weighed 20 pounds. He photographed everything. The first message predicting the outage, the warning about the stairs, the note, the texts, the picture of my mother's kitchen, the audio file. He didn't say much. He just kept his eyebrows drawn together, which was somehow more frightening than disbelief. "You know this man?" he asked, nodding toward where they had taken Voss. "No, any disputes with your landlord. Everyone has disputes with Marty. That's not the same as this. Money trouble? No. Workplace issues. I reset passwords for payroll admins. They get mad, but not basement panel room mad." He wrote that down, which I regretted immediately. The bigger picture arrived in fragments over the next 2 days, never as complete as I wanted. Voss had been hired by someone through an encrypted messaging app to assist with a building systems audit. That was what his lawyer called it. The prepaid phones contained some messages, but most had been wiped remotely before police got them into evidence bags. The antenna device in the panel room was described to me by a detective as a crude cellular jammer and relay setup, though he warned me not to repeat that like I understood it. It had interfered with calls inside the building and helped route some messages locally. The building's backup battery had been unplugged, not failed. The emergency lights had died because they hadn't been maintained properly, and because part of the backup system had been deliberately bypassed. The power outage itself came from the main building disconnect in the basement. Human hands, a schedule, a stolen fob, no ghosts, no curse, nothing impossible, just planning. The part involving my mother was both simpler and harder to live with. A second man had gone to her house in Worcester, but he ran when police arrived. They had footage from a neighbor's doorbell camera, dark jacket, hood up, face turned away, moving fast across the driveway. He had not gotten inside. The photo of her kitchen had been taken through the back door window earlier that evening. That meant he'd been close enough to her house to frame the shot, close enough to watch her, close enough to hear the television through the glass. My mother, Linda Bell, 59, female, became very calm afterward in a way that scared me more than if she had cried. On the phone from her sister's guest room, where she stayed for a week, she asked about my arm, my throat, whether I had eaten, whether just needed flowers. Then she said, I should have replaced that back porch light. Mom, I kept meaning to. Mom, that's not why. I know, she said, but she didn't, not fully. Or maybe she did and needed something small enough to blame. I understood that. I blamed my uncharged phone. I blamed myself for not answering her first call. I blamed the way I froze at the door, the way I clicked the email, the way I left my laptop open, the way I didn't know the building's layout well enough to remember Mrs. Alvarez's rear service hall until she was choking on pepper spray. None of those things caused it. All of them stayed. Jess got 6 stitches inside her lip and a deep bruise across her hip. She refused transport at first. Then Tim told her he would call her supervisor and describe her as combative with visible facial trauma. So she went to the hospital out of spite. Mrs. Alvarez had a dislocated shoulder and chemical irritation in her lungs. She spent one night under observation, complained about the pudding, and came home to find 3 casseroles at her door. I had a sprained wrist, a scraped forearm bruising around my throat, and a small cut on my ankle that got infected because I ignored it for 2 days like an idiot. The doctor gave me antibiotics and a look over his glasses that felt more judgmental than medical. The legal aftermath stretched longer than the injuries. Voss was charged with assault, burglary, unlawful restraint, interference with emergency communications, and a list of other things that sounded both severe and insufficient. The unknown man in Worcester was not caught. The person who hired them was not identified, at least not in any way the police would tell me. The landlord was fined for the emergency lighting and backup system failures. Marty sent a building-wide email about resident safety improvements and unfortunate recent events, which Mrs. Alvarez printed out, wrote Coward across in red marker, and taped to the lobby bulletin board. that stayed up for 3 days. Nobody removed it. I moved out 6 weeks later. Not right away. Right away felt like letting the building spit me out. Or maybe I was too tired to pack. For a while, I stayed in Unit 3B with a new door frame, a new deadbolt, and a peephole camera I hated but checked constantly. The hallway lights were replaced with bright LED fixtures that made the carpet look even worse. The fire escape was inspected. The laundry room door got a real lock. The panel room keypad was changed, though Dan told me the new code by accident while explaining how secure it was. I did not use the elevator again. That sounds dramatic. It was. I just took the stairs in daylight and avoided the basement entirely. At night, I slept badly. Every refrigerator click woke me. Every laptop notification made my shoulders tighten. When my screen dimmed to save power, I changed the setting so it never did that again. Jess came upstairs one evening in late spring with takeout noodles and a split lip that had healed into a faint pale line. "You look terrible," she said. "You brought food to insult me. It's called community care." We sat on my floor because I had already sold the couch. Boxes lined the wall. Rain tapped the tall windows softly, and outside, the Merrimack moved dark and steady behind the parking lot. I asked her, "Do you ever think about what he said?" She didn't ask which part. "You don't know who you just helped." She twirled noodles around a plastic fork. "Yes, and I think he wanted us uncertain. Still does. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." Jess had gone back to work by then. Of course she had. She said being in an ambulance was easier than sitting at home listening to her apartment creak. But she checked locks now. I noticed. She also kept a small flashlight clipped to her keys and no longer teased me about having two. Mrs. Alvarez recovered slower, though she pretended otherwise. Her daughter convinced her to move to assisted living near Providence, which she called a hotel with nurses and worse coffee. Before she left, she gave me her corded phone. "For your next place," she said, "I don't have a landline. Then get one." I kept it anyway. My new apartment was in Salem, on the second floor of a newer building with ugly siding, good locks, and emergency lights that actually turned on during monthly tests. My mother visited once before I'd unpacked everything. She stood in my kitchen for a long time, looking at the back door, then at the windows, then at the phone charging on the counter. "You answer when I call now," she said. "I do, even if you're busy, especially then." She nodded, satisfied and not satisfied. Life returned, which is not the same as life healing. I went back to work. I answered payroll tickets. I bought groceries. I laughed at dumb videos. I paid too much for renter's insurance. The ordinary world reassembled itself around the cracks. Sometimes that was comforting. Sometimes it made the cracks easier to see. The police returned my laptop 3 months later. They had found no malware on it, no remote access, nothing that explained why the first email had landed in my main inbox instead of spam. The sender domain had vanished. The prepaid phones were useless. The photo of my mother's kitchen traced back to a phone that had crossed 3 states before going dark. One thing did not fit neatly: the timestamp on the first email. According to my inbox logs, it had been received at 9:16:42 p.m. according to the mail server record my company's security friend helped me read. It had been queued for delivery at 8:03 p.m., more than an hour before the outage. That was not supernatural. I told myself that. It meant planning. It meant someone knew the schedule, had access, had patience. It meant the prediction was not magic, but logistics. That should have been better. It was. Because one night in the new apartment, months later, my screen dimmed while I was paying bills. I had disabled that setting. I knew I had. I sat very still, listening to the refrigerator hum, the upstairs neighbor's shower, the clean electric buzz of the building. No email came. No lights went out. After a while, I got up and checked the breaker panel anyway. Then I checked the lock. Then I called my mother. She answered on the second ring. "Everything okay?" she asked. I looked at my reflection in the dark kitchen window, my phone pressed to my ear, the old corded phone from Mrs. Alvarez sitting uselessly on the counter like a relic from a safer kind of danger. "Yeah," I said, "just wanted to hear your voice." Behind me, the laptop brightened again on its own. I did not turn around right away. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.